Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the fourth hearing of the Portfolio Committee Number 1 Premier and Finance Inquiry into Budget Estimates 2024-2025. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Jeremy Buckingham and I am the Chair of the committee. I welcome Minister Houssos and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of finance, domestic manufacturing and government procurement and natural resources. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. To all the witnesses, welcome and thank you for making the time to give evidence, some of you again. Witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Minister, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn as you have already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of the Parliament, and Mr Cootes-Trotter and Ms Wilkie, I think, have already been sworn also. So, if we could ask all members to state their name, position, title and swear either the oath or affirmation, starting with Ms Campbell.
Thank you. Good morning. Sonia Campbell, Deputy Secretary Commercial in Treasury. I swear the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you so much. Ms Forbes.
Good morning. Andrea Forbes, Deputy Secretary of Procurement Reform and Banking. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms Beattie.
Thank you. Georgina Beattie, Deputy Secretary, New South Wales Resources in the Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development.
Thank you. Mr Johnson.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr Johnson.
Good morning. My name's Scott Johnston. I'm the Deputy Secretary of Revenue New South Wales, Chief Commissioner of State Revenue and Commissioner of Fines Administration. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Mr Cullen Smythe.
Cullen Smythe, Commissioner of State Revenue. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And Mr Day.
Yes, Peter Day, Executive Director of the Resources Regulator, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you all. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15am to 5:30pm. We're joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15am to 1pm, with a 15-minute break at 11am. In the afternoon, we'll hear from departmental witnesses from 2pm to 3:30pm. We'll then have a 15-minute break before holding a session with witnesses from independent integrity agencies from 3:45pm to 5:30pm. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45am, 12:45pm and 5:15pm. We will now commence with questions from the opposition.
Before we start, Mr Chair, you made a reference to integrity agencies at 2pm. There are no integrity agencies coming, as I understand it.
Well, that's the script. Oh, well,
might have been from
the Treasury.
We'll hear from government agencies, and I'm sure they're independent and have integrity. So we'll just assume they do.
Well, let's assume they're all got integrity. But Minister,
Indeed.
good morning. Another estimates, another conflict of interest issue. What advice did you receive before appointing your own Chief of Staff to the Port Authority of New South Wales Board?
So, good morning, Mr. Tudor-Hope. And yes, I am Happy to be back here at Estimates. In relation to a series of direct appointments that the Treasurer and I made, we've made 5 direct appointments to key state-owned corporations, and these are highly qualified people designed to implement a diverse reform agenda that the government is pursuing.
Yeah, and I don't quibble with that, but I just wonder, Minister, did you think it was appropriate to remove yourself from that decision-making process when the person to be appointed had previously been your own Chief of Staff?
So in relation to those appointments, our government has been incredibly transparent and open, and I understand you're probably reading from the media release that we issued outlining those 5 direct appointments that we made to those state-owned corporations.
Well, that's right, but the point is the appointee had been your own Chief of Staff. Do you not perceive that potentially in relation to the appointment of your own Chief of Staff that created a perception, not necessarily any wrong, but a perception that there would be a conflict of interest if you were involved in the decision-making process relating to that appointment?
Well, Mr. Tudor-Hope, we have made no secret of this. Indeed, we outlined that in the media After it was release, done. and all of the appropriate disclosures have been made. But perhaps it's worthwhile saying why we went through this process of direct appointment. We have been extremely transparent. We issued a media release that outlined those 5 appointments that we're making to key state-owned corporations that I made alongside the Treasurer that were endorsed by the Cabinet.
Yeah, thanks.
Why didn't you recuse yourself?
Well, I didn't issue a media release when I reappointed Duncan Gay to the when we
He wasn't your
reappointed
Chief of
Duncan
Staff.
Gay to
He
the
wasn't your
Essential
Chief of
Energy
Staff.
Board. We have been entirely transparent and open about this
You're missing the
process.
point, Nick.
In fact, the Treasury Secretary could provide a detailed answer about the new direct appointment process that we have gone through in order to appoint 5 highly qualified people to implement the government's reform agenda across our state-owned corporations.
You told the Parliament in relation to Ms Chris Neal, she has been an incredible servant of our great party for decades. Did anyone else absent themselves from the discussion about this appointment?
Mr. Tudor-Hope, I've made no secret of Ms Neal's employment history, and indeed it was disclosed on the media release that I believe that you are reading from that was issued. I've spoken about it in the Parliament, I've spoken about it publicly. This is no new revelation here.
I just
Mr.
wonder
Tudor-Hope.
whether you just think of potentially just better in circumstances where you're appointing someone who had worked for you to a $50,000 a year job, that you are not on the press release and that you do not participate in the appointment process, because clearly you come to that decision-making process with intimate knowledge of the person who is the subject of the application. It just is, the explanation you give is entirely right, but the perception is you've appointed your Chief of Staff to a $50,000 a year job. Now, don't you see that there is a perception issue in relation to your involvement in that process?
Mr. Tudor-Hope, you've asked me a long series of questions. Was there one in particular you
Well,
would
that's the
like me
last
to
one.
answer?
Do you see that there is a perception problem in relation to that process?
No, Mr. Tudor-Hope, because we have canvassed these issues extensively, and the key element of managing perceived or potential conflicts of interest are disclosing them, and that is exactly what I have done. Now, I'm happy for the Treasury Secretary to provide you with more detail about the direct appointment process, but there's no gotcha moment here. It's on the press release, it's there, you can read it for yourself.
Sorry, Minister, so you just talked about following the process for disclosing conflicts of interest. Can you just clarify for the committee, through the appointment process for Miss Neal, did you disclose a conflict of interest?
Yes,
Would you be able to tell us more about when and how you did that?
I made all of the appropriate disclosures.
No more detail than that?
I made all of the appropriate disclosures, including on the media release that we issued. We can't be more open and transparent about the process that we've gone on. And as I said, I'm happy to pass to the Treasury Secretary that can talk to you about the direct appointment process that we did for 5 key appointments across the state-owned corporations.
So when you do it, Minister, it's not jobs for the boys.
I mean, it's pretty rich
Dry gully.
for former ministers in the former government to come in here and talk about jobs for the boys.
But it's no
I mean, we went through an open and a transparent
Point of order,
process
Chair.
from a group of people.
Order. A point of order has been taken. Dr. Kane on a point of order.
Of course, it's legitimate for the opposition to ask a question, particularly about something, I mean, they can about something which they should feel a bit embarrassed about, but they're all asking, there is a peppering of questions across the four participants without any attempt to let the minister answer.
To the point of order, we're completely in sync as a quad.
That's
And we are able to ask questions.
We are a quad.
Then I uphold the point of order. I uphold the point of order. Just let's do it in series rather than in chorus. And the minister was asking, was replying to the question that was asked. So please proceed, Minister.
Oh, that's fine. Is there another question?
Concluded.
That's dodgy.
Minister, Roy RC from the Orange Aboriginal Land Council has commented on the determination made by the Federal Minister of the Environment in relation to the tailings dam for Regis Gold Mine as follows. The decision beggars belief. I'm dumbfounded. As a Wiradjuri traditional owner and coming from country, I'm annoyed. I'm lost for words. It's crazy. So do you agree with Mr RC and the minister's the federal minister's determination is crazy and beggars belief?
So our government has been entirely clear about our view of the decision. We want the project, we're disappointed by the decision. We want the project to proceed. We want that $1 billion of investment to be supporting jobs in regional New South Wales, and we are dedicating ourselves to finding practical solutions to find a way forward for the project.
Well, I'll come back to that in a moment. So he's also pointed out the economic benefits for Aboriginal people from employment opportunities in the mine. Have you seen his comments in relation to that in respect of the potential benefits for Aboriginal people?
I'm aware that there are going to be hundreds of jobs. I think it's almost 800 jobs that will be created if this mine goes ahead, and we would expect that a proportion of those would be with the Aboriginal community.
So, in relation to the economic impact of that decision and the determination made by the minister, did Minister Plibersek consult anyone in New South Wales Labor before engaging in the reckless act of economic damage?
So I think it's, Mr Tudor-Hope, our government has been very clear that this project went through the independent planning process, and as part of the federal minister's consideration, there is a requirement to provide some information, but perhaps I can pass to the...
No, I'll come to that. I just want to know, did the federal minister consult anyone in the New South Wales government?
Well, there's a range of measures where the federal government engages with the state government, and we provide some information because the project has already been assessed by the New South Wales government and has been approved by the New South Wales government in the Independent Planning Commission process. But it might be helpful if I pass to the Deputy Secretary to talk to you about...
The question is...
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order has been taken. Dr. Kane on a point of order.
It is legitimate for the minister to ask for a brief contribution from the public servants who are all here this morning, I presume, to be able to answer questions as well. Otherwise, we would simply have them in the afternoon, wouldn't we?
To the point of order, I have limited time with the minister, and I have the officials for later today. I'm happy to take.
Yeah, I won't uphold the point of order.
So,
it
Minister,
is true the minister is only here for a short period of time.
So, Minister, it was a specific question. Did the federal minister contact anyone in the New South Wales government to discuss the decision she was about to make with anyone in the New South Wales government, including you?
So, Mr Tudor-Hope, as you would be aware, these projects are vast projects that have a range of assessments that are undertaken. And I say again, these projects are crucial for our clean energy future. There will be hundreds of jobs from this particular project. right in the heart of regional New South Wales, and we want to support that. I actually think you and I think we're on the same team. I think
I'm
we
very
agree
keen for this project to go ahead.
that we want the project to go ahead, and that's why our government is committed to finding practical solutions to move this project forward. I mean, I wrote to Minister Plibersek after the decision was released, just to reinforce that message about the importance of critical minerals and high-tech metals to our state.
I'm sure we can agree on all of that. The question is a specific one. Was any communication between the Federal Minister and you before she made that decision?
So, Mr Tudor Hope, as I've said to you, there are a range of ways that the New South Wales government broadly participates in the federal process, and I'm happy to outline those in greater detail if you will allow me to pass to the Deputy Secretary. There's a range of technical information that we provide, but I don't think that... on this project, Mr Tudor Hope, we have been very clear. The Premier has been clear, the Treasurer has been clear, a range of our ministers have been clear.
So one last time, did she pick up the phone to you?
About the importance of this project,
Did she pick up the phone
about
to
the
you?
importance of those jobs to regional New South Wales, and we are absolutely committed to finding a practical solution to ensure that that has gone ahead.
Can I ask one last time? Did she pick up the phone to you?
Mr Tudor Hope, I'm explaining to you that this is a...
So the answer is no. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Well,
Minister,
no, you don't need to. You don't get to put words in my
Minister,
mouth.
It's obviously no.
how do you respond to the flippant comments by the Prime Minister and the Federal Minister for the Environment that the determination is not stopping the mine, and that it could be easy to just switch to one of the other sites previously considered for the tailings dam? How do you respond to that?
So, Mr Tudor Hope, our government, as I said, is committed to finding practical solutions for this project to go forward, and that's why I met with the CEO last week to discuss the practical ways that we can help support the project as it to find a way forward. It's clear from the conversations that the assessments will take time, and that's not just government assessments, that's also the environmental and the other assessments that need to be undertaken, and I think that's why the CEO has been clear publicly that this process could take some time. Now, we are committed. The Premier has asked the Secretary of the Premier's Department to find and opportunities that we can be supporting this across government, and that's why Mr Draper met with the CEO of Regis Resources with myself. We are committed to finding a practical solution for these important jobs, for this important local investment to occur.
So, practical. Can you identify some of those practical solutions?
Yes, so there's a range of ways that they will have to navigate through the planning system, and that's why Mr Draper's been engaged, and the Premier has charged Mr Draper with engaging in this process. But
Does
it's
that mean
clear.
finding another site
well,
for the
Mr
tailings
Tudor Hope,
dam?
What that involves is, in order to find an alternative site, if that's the course of action that the company takes, then that will involve detailed environmental assessments and a range of other things that the company will have to do. But what we are committed to, what our government is committed to, is finding and assisting as best we can this project to then navigate through the New South Wales, any interactions that they would be required to have with the New South Wales government.
Good morning, Minister.
Good morning, Mr. Farraway.
What is the total value of the McPhillamy's gold mine project as it was put through the planning and environmental phases to the New South Wales government?
So, Mr. Farraway, this project is worth around $1 billion worth of investment that we assessed. We understand the importance, we understand the hundreds of local jobs that will be supporting if the project goes ahead, and how important they are to the Central West.
So with that, what is the projected royalty that would have been earned from this mine if it was
that matter's been canvassed.
But as the Minister, I'd like to know today.
So that's about $200 million. That's been canvassed publicly in other budget estimates hearings.
But as the Minister, obviously that is a concern, because do you have a concern as the Natural Resources Minister that this decision sets an incredibly dangerous precedent for investment, not only in the Central West but also New South Wales?
Mr. Faraway, I have been incredibly clear, the Premier has been incredibly clear, the Treasurer has been incredibly clear about the importance of this mine, the importance of these jobs, and what we're committed to doing to actually get it into practice. Now, I don't think that there would be any surprise that a large proportion of my time as Minister for Natural Resources has been engaging with the industry, engaging with the company in particular.
To the point, Minister, like you must be concerned that this is essentially out of your hands. A federal minister has come over the top and squashed this project. That makes your job difficult, doesn't it? And to create confidence in the state of New South Wales for future investment in the resources industry.
Well, Mr. Faraway, this is an important project for an important opportunity for New South Wales, and particularly for regional New South Wales, in order to realise I think we've got 21 of the 31 nationally identified critical minerals. Now it's true, gold is not on that list, but often we find gold with copper, and copper is obviously a crucial part of what we're going to be needing for our clean energy future. We've got great copper reserves across the Lachlan Fold, an area you would be familiar with, and we want to find more opportunities to be unlocking this. But this government is absolutely committed. I mean, the Premier has been incredibly clear publicly, the Treasurer, other senior ministers, about how important this project is.
So to that point, Minister, you and I acknowledge you were quick and you arranged a meeting with Jim Bayer from Regis Resources, and I acknowledge the Premier also met with MPs and the company whilst in the Central West. So on that meeting on the 27th of August, what resolutions came from that meeting that you had with Regis? What actions could you take as the Natural Resources Minister to assist that company? And secondly, have you spoken with Minister Plibersek about this decision?
So, Mr. Faraway, this is a really important issue, and that's why as immediately when the decision was made, we as a government engaged with the industry, and I personally engaged with the industry and as you said, met with the CEO. What was clear from that meeting is that any future steps are going to take time. We've certainly offered, and as I said to Mr. Tudor-Hope, the Premier has charged the Secretary of the Premier's Department with shepherding this. This is an important issue.
I just want to hone in on that
well, no, let me provide an answer.
The Premier
if you continue to interrupt me.
Mr. Lawrence, on point of order. Mr. Lawrence.
It's pretty obvious. The Minister's trying to answer. She's clearly about to conclude and wants to make a particular point. It's reasonable to allow her to do that.
Yeah, I uphold the point of order. It is reasonable. If you just, I'm sure that the Minister is about to conclude, and then you can follow up with your next question, Mr. Faraway, Minister.
So it's clear that there are a number of decisions that the company is going to have to take before, and ultimately this is in the hands of the company. What we have offered, and our government has been very clear with our public support for this project, what we have offered is assistance in navigating through government in order to facilitate this
point,
Minister,
the Premier has said publicly that he would look to expedite the planning process.
The point of order has been taken, Mr. Lawrence.
It's the same point of order.
Yes, I will uphold the point of order, but the time is short, so if the Minister could conclude, because I'm sure Mr. Faraway does have another follow-up question.
Yeah, look, the point I would make is the reason why we require the intervention from the Secretary of the Premier's Department is because the planning system that your government left in place is such a mess. And so in order to facilitate this investment...
It's such a mess, fix it.
In order to facilitate this investment and to provide a stable investment opportunity with certainty, which this government is absolutely committed to doing, that's why we've engaged the Secretary of the Premier's Department to assist in this process.
Our planning system approved the mine, by the way.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you, Mr. Tudor-Hope. Thank you, Mr. Faraway. Thank you,
Took 4 long
Mr.
years.
Borzak.
Okay, thank you, Minister, for coming today. Could I get you maybe just to talk a little bit closer into the mic? Yeah, make it easier for me. Thank you. I just refer you back to the media release you, I think, put out last Tuesday regarding supporting local jobs, boosting local businesses, Jobs First Commission, and if not, why not government spending rules, etc., etc. All very detailed and all very long, along with two other ministers. Minister, why is the government changing and implementing a new policy favouring local jobs in New South Wales?
So, Mr. Borzak, thank you very much for the question, and our government is absolutely committed to supporting more local jobs, more local investment and more local businesses through our better leveraging our government procurement spend. On Tuesday I did make an announcement. The announcement was in three parts. The first part was our if not, why not policy. So we are requiring government agencies for the first time to explain if they are not using the $42 billion worth of goods and services that they are procuring each year. If they're not purchasing that from a New South Wales-based supplier, we're asking them to explain why they're not. That was issued by a ministerial direction from myself to the Procurement Board to bring this into effect. And that will be a requirement for contracts that are over $7.5 million. The second part of the announcement that I made alongside my colleagues Minister Chanthivong and Minister Wan at a fantastic local manufacturer in Western Sydney on Tuesday was that we would legislate our Jobs First Commission. Now this is a commission, this is a body that will be charged with implementing, monitoring and enforcing our new policies, including local content weightings within tenders for the first time, and also a requirement around apprentices.
Minister, I've only got limited time, so I might hit you with another one. Sure. I read with a little bit of chagrin, actually. I didn't realise how limiting the previous procurement provisions were in relation to local content. Can you just quickly outline what those restrictions were?
Yeah, absolutely. So under the previous, that was actually the third part of the announcement, which was that I repealed the previous government's direction that prohibited local content rules. So under that direction, you were prohibited in relation to ownership, location and origin of the goods, and in effect this meant that you couldn't have a local content system. Now, Mr. Borzak, you would be aware that this is an issue where we have unanimity and agreement from the business community and from the Unions New South Wales was also at our announcement the other day. They both support a level playing field for local businesses to be better accessing our government procurement dollars, and that's what we have done.
Well, what practical effect did those restrictions have then? I mean, the New South Wales government is the biggest procurement, I suppose, machine in inverted brackets in the whole country, and yet it doesn't favour its own state. What the hell is this all about?
Yeah, look, and Mr. Borzak, the point I would make is that we are not first movers in this place. Almost every other state and territory has some kind of policy in place to support their local businesses, and we just think that should be first order of business for a government is that when procuring money, when spending taxpayers' own funds, that they should be looking to support local jobs and local businesses. And like I say, we've got great support from both Unions New South Wales and Business New South Wales. Business New South Wales made the point. They said businesses, particularly small and medium-sized businesses, don't want a leg up. They just want a level playing field.
Well, is it always based just on price?
No, so our procurement guidelines are really clear about value for money, but Mr. Borzak, you would be aware that the previous government had this sort of ideological zealotry where they just shipped jobs, thousands of jobs, billions of dollars offshore, and the important supplier the important supply chain benefits in addition to those direct jobs and in addition to those direct investments. So we've said no, we want to keep them here, we want to keep a bigger proportion here, and we want to be able to find policies including local content weighting in our tenders for the very first time.
Well, Minister, given that often local industry will be uncompetitive when it comes to price only, are you not allowing other considerations other than just pure price signals to be considered and favoured for local business in New South Wales? And if so, what are they?
Yeah, I think what we've seen over the last 12 years, this ideological obsession with the lowest unit price. If we look at these major transport projects, whether it's the trains that were procured from Korea that are billions of dollars over budget and now running about 5 years late. So there's the direct jobs, like I said, the direct investment, but what we're actually getting is inferior products. So when we talk about value for money, we want to be able to procure from local suppliers and from local opportunities and local businesses.
So they don't come in on price, they come in late, the quality's not there. I mean, you're laughing, Mr. Tudhope, but that is reality.
Order.
This is complete
nonsense.
Oh, it's nonsense.
Order, Mr. Borzak.
Complete
Direct your questions to the Minister rather than make Mr. Tudhope.
I'd be happy to be convinced otherwise.
Well, I will explore it for your benefit later.
At a later date.
I don't see what the benefit is, especially when we lose the skills.
Because there's questions.
Order,
we lose the skills in New South Wales.
Order. Mr. Borzak, the question, please, to the Minister.
We'll get you to ask to give him the questions, Steve.
So, Mr. Borzak, just in relation to your questions, it might be helpful. I'd be happy to table the ministerial direction that I issued on Tuesday, which shows exactly what we've deleted from the previous government's approach.
Oh, yeah,
if that
please
would
do.
be helpful, I've got a few copies here that are available. That's a marked up version that shows what remains in place and what we've deleted. Thank you very much.
Well, you mentioned in opening the if not, why not policy, and I read that in your media release. Can you there is a bit of an explanation in there, but can you go into it a little bit deeper?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is a requirement for government agencies, and this is a ministerial direction that I've issued. It's the second ministerial direction that I've issued to the Procurement Board.
A point of order has been taken. Mr. Lawrence on point of order.
For some time we've been getting these sniping sort of low volume interjections. I just ask that you call the members to order.
Yes.
It's actually continuing as I make my point of order. I know.
They are. So the Soto Voce interjections must desist.
Sorry, I was talking to myself.
Yes. At least I hope you're listening. So please desist from interjecting. The Minister is replying to an important question. So, Minister, please continue.
So, in relation to the document that I just tabled, we certainly want to be encouraging foreign investment, but what we are going to do is require, for the first or for a significant amount of time, the origin of the goods and services to be allowed to be determined and to be taken into account as part of the tender weighting. So we've deleted the offset provisions, which implements, and in this case, it's just worthwhile noting that an offset is any condition. This is what was explicitly ruled out under the previous direction from the previous government. An offset is any condition or undertaking that requires the use of domestic content, a domestic supplier, the licensing of technology, technology transfer, investment, counter trade or similar actions to encourage local development in Australia or improve Australia's balance of accounts. I mean, Mr. Borzak, that was there in writing. That was the previous government's approach. They didn't just refuse to adopt provisions to support local content. They actually outlawed it as part of their policies, as part of their directions that they issued.
I acknowledge that interjection from Mr. Tudhope there. Is what you are doing compliant with Australian competition law?
Yeah, and as I said to you earlier, Mr. Borzak, we are certainly not first movers here. If you head to Victoria or you head up to Queensland or even over to Western Australia, all of those governments have policies in place that allow their government procurement dollars to support local businesses and local jobs. The solution that we've come up with our if not, why not ministerial direction, and also then with our Jobs First Commission, elegantly balances the compliance with our Australian Constitution, our free trade obligations, the unique history we have with New Zealand, and community expectations from here in New South Wales. This is a nuanced and a sophisticated approach to support local business, local jobs and local investment.
Yeah, my time's just ended. I'll come back. I've got some more to talk about. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Borzak. Thank you, Minister. Minister, is New South Wales in a gas supply crisis? And if it is, why?
Thank you, Mr. Buckingham, for the question. So on the issue of gas, there is no doubt that our government understands that gas will play an important role in the energy mix as our reliance on coal diminishes, and we're committed to a responsible and a balanced approach to ensure the energy security for the people of New South Wales.
But AMO, as just today, are publicly saying that New South Wales and the southern states are in a gas supply crisis, that we are likely to run out of gas in New South Wales in as early as 2026. Do you agree, and what are you doing to deal with that issue?
Yeah, so Mr. Buckingham, as you would know, our government, as I said, is committed to reliable and affordable energy, but that is largely a matter in relation to the energy market, largely a matter for Minister Sharp. In relation to gas specifically and projected shortages and the like, she's probably best placed to provide you with that kind of analysis.
But surely you have a role.
By her
your
department.
federal counterpart, Minister King, has said that what should happen is there should be the development of gas resources close to market.
So,
do you agree with that proposition, that the best thing that could happen is the development of new gas in New South Wales?
So, Mr. Buckingham, in relation to Minister King, I was in Perth last week meeting with my state and federal ministerial counterparts, and one of the issues that we discussed was the future of gas strategy. This is, of course, a plan from the federal government in relation to gas. The point I'd make on gas is that in New South Wales, we only have somewhat limited options. There's only really one project. I know that's one that you have a particular, perhaps not interest in, I shouldn't say, but the issue definitely, and it's one that we've canvassed at length for sure.
What do you mean canvassed at length? What does that mean?
I mean, you and I have spoken about the issue of gas and of Narrabri.
But with respect, Minister, you didn't answer the question. Do you support the development of the Narrabri gas project as urged by your federal counterpart?
I mean, the Narrabri gas project has been through the independent planning process, and as a result, we support the project. As you're aware, I went up to the Liverpool Plains earlier this year to meet with farmers and local Indigenous communities, and I toured the site myself. I think it's really important to get a first-hand understanding of what's involved with the project. But
when do you think that project, you've clearly met with Santos?
Yeah.
When do you expect that project to begin?
Well, ultimately, that project at the moment is subject to some native title tribunal rulings and some issues which Ms. Beattie can speak to in greater detail in relation to the project. They need to be resolved before there can be any further progress.
But assuming they are resolved positively from Santos's point of view, they must have given an indication to the government of when that project will commence, when they will make a decision on the final investment decision and commencement of Narrabri?
I mean, ultimately, they are questions for the company. That's really not something that are questions for me, to be honest, Mr. Buckingham.
Why not?
Well, the native title process has taken quite an extensive period, and perhaps...
So are you saying, Minister, that the New South Wales Government has no idea when the Narrabri gas project will commence?
Well, Mr. Buckingham,
or if it will commence?
Ultimately, that will be a decision for the company to make. It's been through the independent planning process. It's certainly a significant project that has got opportunities to provide gas for the people of New South Wales, but before any progress can be made in terms of progressing the site, the native title issues would need to be resolved, and they have taken some time. And indeed, I when I was up there, I met with the local Indigenous community, some who were supporting the project, some who were opposed to the project. But those issues need to be resolved before the company can make a final investment decision, is my understanding, but I can certainly...
I'll ask Ms Beattie some questions about that this afternoon. Minister, in New South Wales, is gas use increasing or decreasing?
Mr Buckingham, again, I'm not... I have to say that's really a question for Minister Sharp.
You're the Natural Resource Minister in charge of overseeing gas production in this state and ostensibly gas supply. Is gas supply going up or down?
No.
Gas use going up or down?
No. So, as you would be aware, Mr Buckingham, this is where the interaction of Minister Sharp and my portfolios is close but separate. In relation to the actual energy requirements, they are really matters for Minister Sharp. In terms of upward or downward trajectories, they are really questions for Minister Sharp. But the point I would make is this: we do have very limited opportunities for gas in New South Wales. The Narrabri Gas Project is really the only project, and like I said to you, the native title questions that are associated with that, the questions around the pipeline, both the lateral and the Hunter pipeline, these are issues that need to be resolved before that project can progress.
Thank you, Minister. What is the timeline for the review of John Barilaro's Future of Gas statement and publication of your government's revised gas strategy? I've raised this before at estimates. Where is it up to now?
Yeah, so like I think we've discussed it this is my third budget estimates. I think we've discussed it at each of those, and I know we've discussed it several times in the House. And my answer remains the same, which is my first priority is updating the critical minerals and high-tech metals strategy. I think that there's some great opportunities, and the government more broadly has been very vocal in the opportunities we see there. Once we conclude that work, our next priority is the coal statement. But as I said to you, Mr Buckingham, the gas opportunities in New South Wales really are limited to the Narrabri Gas Project, and until those native title issues and the pipeline issues as well are resolved and the company makes an investment decision, that's really the key question that needs to be resolved.
But there's headlines in the AFR, the Australian, the Herald today saying we're in a gas supply crisis, and yet you're not revising the Future of Gas statement in the so why not? Do you believe that we're not in a gas supply crisis, or?
Honestly, Mr Buckingham, I wouldn't say that that it's an acknowledgement of the supply crisis or not. I think it's just an acknowledgement that in New South Wales we have abundant critical minerals resources. We have a large amount. We have 37 or 39 currently operating coal mines. They are really the key focus in terms of my priorities.
But our economy, we have major gas-fired power stations and manufacturing dependent on gas. Yeah. So if in the absence of a Narrabri going ahead, what are you doing and across all of government to ensure there's gas supply?
So in relation to the supply issues for the energy market, obviously they are, as I said to you, questions really for Minister Sharp, and governed governed both through energy ministers and then in terms of an overarching supply question. Of course, Minister King is certainly focused on unlocking the opportunities, but they are largely in other states, Mr Buckingham. That's really, and until those native title or the pipeline issues get resolved, the only real option for New South Wales is import terminals.
Will the government's Future of Gas statement recognise the need to reduce gas over time in order to achieve our legislated climate targets?
Yeah, I mean, these are issues that I would expect that the gas strategy would consider, but again, Mr. Buckingham, like these are that's sort of, it's a bit of a hypothetical question, to be honest with you. I think that it would certainly be part of the consideration, but it's one that we will make once we've concluded the work on both the critical minerals strategy and the coal statement.
Will the government also, the government has committed to delivering a gas substitution roadmap. How will the future of gas statement align with the substitution roadmap?
Yeah, and that's a great point of how our government will need to work together to make sure these policy documents work in concert. I certainly work with my colleagues, Minister Sharp and Minister Scully in the planning space, because they have large parts or they have a significant role to play in these kinds of issues as well. And we certainly want to make sure that our government documents are working in concert. In relation to, I think we are very much a team in the way that we are approaching these things, and we certainly want to be working together to make sure that they reconcile.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, you mentioned in a previous answer that you've engaged with Indigenous members of the community with regard to a gas project. Can I ask, have you ever met with Nairi Reynolds?
No. Not that I'm aware of, but I disclose all of my meetings through my meeting disclosures process.
Since the decision was made from Minister Plibersek around the Section 10 cultural claim, have you requested to meet Nairi Reynolds since that decision was made to try and understand the situation and her claim?
No, I haven't. My focus since the decision and our government's focus has really been, as I canvassed extensively in our previous session, was in relation to finding practical solutions, and that's why I've engaged with the industry and met directly with the company, and certainly. So
thank you, Minister. So you've said you haven't requested, so that's fine. Has Nairi Reynolds ever requested to meet with you as the Natural Resources Minister?
Look, I'm not aware of that.
Are you happy to take it on notice
Sure.
and check for me? Thank you. Are you concerned as the Natural Resources Minister that an individual can block a $1 billion, 800 employee project in a manner without having their heritage confirmed?
So I think, again, I mean, this might be a bit repetitive, Mr. Faraway.
A point of order has been taken by Mr. Lawrence.
I apologise, there was a bit of a pause there. I was just trying to digest exactly what the question was. But I think that in circumstances where a member of the community has been named, in circumstances where that particular person is not the minister that has the statutory power to make the decision that was made, and where the question has, suppose indirectly potentially cast an aspersion on her, I think that it's an obnoxious question, and I think it should be withdrawn, and perhaps an apology should be offered.
To the point of order, I didn't name the person directly. I said, are you concerned that someone can block a project in this manner without having their heritage?
To the point of order, Chair, she was named in the prior question.
Yes, the question itself did not mention the person, but the preceding ones clearly did. And I think it's reasonable that you were referring.
Well, I'm happy just to move on.
Well, in actual fact, I think it is that the standing orders require us not to adversely mention third parties.
I'll move on, Mr. Chair, if that's the case.
And Mr. Lawrence has asked that the question be withdrawn. I'll just get some advice here.
I think it should be. Can we stop the clock here, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, it's not winding down time. Should have thought of that before you asked an awful question. There's something here about it, isn't there? Maybe 3-4 minutes.
We don't have the capacity to ask Mr Faraway to withdraw the question or compel him to apologise. We can potentially deal with the issue when we come to publishing the transcript of proceedings.
I'll make that application in the deliberative.
We just,
he could apologise.
It was 3 minutes taken up in relation to that. Can you just tell that?
Well, I've got to deal with the matters that are before me. So, Mr Faraway.
Thank you. I'll move on. In his speech at the Bush Summit, Minister, the Premier said he will aim to fast-track an alternative tailings dam. As the Natural Resources Minister, how will you help the Premier achieve that?
So, Mr Faraway, you just again highlighted our government's commitment to finding a practical way forward. As I've outlined extensively this morning, that's what our government from the Premier, the Premier's department, well, ultimately the decisions about the location of the tailings dam are questions for the company themselves. So once they reach those considerations themselves, we will work with them to find a way for that to progress as quickly as possible. But these are not questions that we can resolve. These are questions that the company themselves has to resolve.
So in fairness, the Premier was probably inaccurate.
Well, Mr Faraway, you've asked me questions about a really important issue, and then you continue to interrupt me as I'm providing an answer.
Mr Lawrence on a point of order.
A reasonable opportunity should be given to the Minister to answer the question, and Mr Faraway is speaking over the Minister and shouldn't do so.
Yes, I uphold the point of order. The Minister was replying, was being relevant to the question, so if you could desist from talking over, that would assist.
Thank you, Mr Buckingham. There is a rigorous environmental and heritage approvals process that happens in New South Wales, and that robust system needs to be allowed to play out. Now, under the ruling from the Federal Environment Minister, there will need to be an alternative site found for the tailings storage facility, and that's something that the company needs to work through, undertaking the appropriate studies, and when they are ready, we are here and ready to engage, and that's from the Premier, from the Secretary of the Premier's Department, from myself. We are all ready to assist them how we can.
Thank you, Minister. Have you been to visit the Regis McPhillamy's gold mine?
So I understand you were there yesterday, Mr Faraway, not in budget estimates.
But I'm here today asking you plenty of questions, Minister.
Yeah,
Great.
You can't do 2 days' worth in 1 day, Sam.
But I think I've been pretty clear,
Have you visited
Faraway.
the McPhillamy's gold mine in Blaney, Minister?
Well, there is no McPhillamy's gold mine in Blaney.
The proposed site. They own the land. Have you been to the proposed site in Blaney?
Well, what I can tell you is last week I was meeting with my federal and state counterparts discussing this issue. The week before I was at the North Parks mine, where we were celebrating 30 years of jobs and investment in another crucial part of central New South Wales. There is no doubt that I engage frequently and regularly with the industry. I visit mines, but more importantly than visiting the site, it's about engaging and finding...
Point of order has been taken. Mr Lawrence on point of order.
Mr Faraway, it's good to have him here, but
For a change.
he's constantly sniping and interjecting.
As is Ms Mitchell.
I uphold the point of order. It doesn't assist me in hearing what the Minister is saying, or Hansard, or for the people playing at home in hearing proceedings. So please desist, Mr Faraway, in opposition from interjecting when the Minister is making an answer to your questions.
Yeah.
So, Minister, have you been to visit the proposed McPhillamy's gold mine site near Blaney?
I think I've been pretty clear about the engagement that I've had with the company, with the local member, with a range of mines. But this isn't about stunts, Mr Faraway.
No, it's not. This isn't about 800 jobs.
This isn't about
$1 billion mine site, Minister.
This is about
it's about $1 billion. Out, like he does day trips.
Order.
Point of order.
Order. A point of order has been taken, Mr Donnelly.
I think the sarcasm is beneath the honourable member. The Minister is answering the question honestly and frankly. If the member wants to persist, it'll invite more points of order. My suggestion is that he moves on.
Yeah, it is a good point. I uphold the point of order.
It's good to have
the resolution of the House that we have to treat all witnesses with courtesy at all times. and avoid adverse reflections upon them. I think you were doing that, Mr. Faraway, so please desist and continue with your questions.
Minister, have you requested officially a meeting with Tanya Plibersek, the Federal Minister, to discuss the Section 10 decision and the future of the proposed McPhillamy's gold mine near Blaney?
So, Mr. Faraway, as I said to you earlier, I've written to Minister Plibersek. I wrote to her on the 21st of August to reinforce the importance of critical minerals investment to the state, and I've certainly outlined that. I've said that publicly. The Premier said that publicly. I mean, we're on a unity ticket here, Mr. Faraway, in wanting the mine to proceed, but we have a different way of approaching it. Our government is focused on solutions and on finding a way for these 800 jobs to be realised and the $1 billion worth of investment, whereas you are interested in stunts and campaigning. So we will continue to do the important work that we are doing to actually deliver investment for New South Wales, to provide those opportunities, and you can continue with your approach.
Thank you, Minister. Good to hear that all you've done is written a letter. Moving on, do you think that the Section 10 process, do you think that the federal Labor government should undertake to review the Section 10 cultural claim process to give certainty for future investment in the state of New South Wales?
I mean, ultimately, those are questions for the federal government. They are, and I understand that's where you want to be, Mr. Faraway, and you're welcome to ask those questions there. New South Wales has a robust regulatory framework. We believe it has proper protection for Indigenous heritage, for the environment, and for communities near mining projects. That's why the independent planning process in New South Wales approved this important mine. We want to see that continue.
Do you agree with the New South Wales EPA that Minister Tanya Plibersek has got it wrong?
I think we've been pretty... there's no gotcha moments here, Mr. Faraway. I've been really clear about how I'm disappointed in the decision, how I don't think that decision should have been made, that the Premier has said that, the Treasurer has said that, I have said this, other senior ministers have said this. The progressing heritage and progressing mining projects shouldn't be a zero-sum proposition, and we want more mining projects here in New South Wales. We want to find more opportunities for investment. That's exactly why we want to unlock more of the 21 of the 31 nationally identified critical minerals that we have in New South Wales, and projects to be able to realise them. We know their importance for our clean energy future. We want to be encouraging that investment. That's what's driving this government. That's why we want to be supporting this in a practical way.
Can I just ask you this, Minister? You are serious about trying to progress this mine, aren't you? You'd like to see it happen. Yes?
Well,
we're all on a unity ticket, you've told us. So, is there a solution, which I'm going to put to you? Is a solution to support the disallowance motion in relation to this regulation in the Senate?
I mean...
Is that a solution? If the disallowance motion was upheld, that would be a solution, would it not?
Mr. Tudor-Hope, there are a range of things that we can be doing at a New South Wales level to be supporting this project, and that's what we are pursuing at the moment. I understand this is your pet question to ask in budget estimates this particular round, and I think it's pretty clear that I don't have a vote.
Order.
Mr. Tudor-Hope, we are absolutely committed to supporting, but to finding practical solutions, to actually making sure that that investment is realised, that those 800 jobs across the Central West.
So if there were New South Wales senators who had a vote in relation to this disallowance motion, you would be, in fact, asking them to support the disallowance, wouldn't you?
Order, Mr. Tudor-Hope, hypotheticals?
No.
You said yes.
Would you be asking them to support the disallowance, yes or no?
Would suggest it's hypothetical.
I mean, Mr. Tudor-Hope, our government has been so clear about how we've been committed to this project. We've got the Premier, we've got the Treasurer, we've got myself, finding practical solutions. And again, you are interested in stunts instead of actually delivering this project.
So you're not fair dinkum, Minister. If you were absolutely fair dinkum about supporting this mine,
Mr. Tudor, you've clearly got a list of questions there that you want to read.
A point of order has been taken by Mr. Lawrence on point of order.
That is not a question. That's some sort of a lecture, and it's not in order.
So why haven't you picked up the phone?
Order. The point of order has been taken. I'm ruling on the point of order, and I uphold the point of order.
Thank you.
That was just a statement and a lecture. Please desist from that, Mr. Tudor, and ask questions.
Minister, why haven't you picked up the phone to get those senators to support the disallowance? Because that, in fact, is the solution next week, is it not?
Because I've been really clear on this, Mr. Tudor Hope. I have been clear that we are committed to finding an actual solution to realise this investment. We're not interested in stunts, and ultimately those questions. No, well, we as a considered and as a thoughtful and as a practical government, we are focused on actually delivering for the people of New South Wales, engaging with the industry, finding solutions, finding ways to realise this investment and those important jobs. And so, Mr. Tudor Hope,
you've told us that the decision was wrong.
Order.
You've told us the decision is wrong.
Order, Mr. Tudor Hope. The minister was
getting angry.
Mr. Faraway was answering your questions. So please allow her to answer them. Minister.
So, Mr. Tudor Hope, this is an important investment project in itself, but there are a range of other opportunities for regional New South Wales to be able to support those, and we want to be fostering that investment and realising those local jobs and supporting those local opportunities, and that's what we're focused on.
Minister, do you believe that Minister Plibersek should release the statement of reason so that the New South Wales Government, the Blaney and Central West community and investors around this state and country should know the reasoning and justification for Minister Plibersek's decision to all but squash a $1 billion, 800 high-paying job project in Blaney?
Yes, and that's what I wrote to her.
Okay, excellent. Moving on, with regard to expediting the process, which the Premier has committed to, he has, how will you expedite? What levers do you have to expedite this project to find a new tailings dam site?
I've explained that already, Mr. Faraway.
No, but you haven't. You've said it's up to the mine. But like the Premier has made a commitment to the good people of Blaney that he will intervene and expedite and work with the company to expedite planning processes. Now, this is unheard of for a Premier to say, I'm going to get involved, I'm going to roll up these sleeves and I'm going to do a deal to make sure this happens. Now, I applaud him for coming out strong. I really do. But I want to know how he's going to do it.
Campaign speech.
I mean, you've just applauded the Premier and said about how strongly he's done it.
How is he going to do it?
We're working through that, but the planning system,
right, you've written a letter.
The planning system that we inherited from you, and the Premier has spoken about this.
Order! No, I don't need to hear it.
Whoops.
Order! Mr. Faraway, this is not the opportunity to ask a question and then immediately interject over the top of the Minister. You've asked the question. Please allow the Minister to answer or I'll call you to order.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Faraway, as the Premier has outlined in this exact hearing, that the planning system that we inherited from your government is such a mess, whether it's talking about...
Order.
Order. Look, honestly, in circumstances where there was just a ruling on a previous point of order, it's so disrespectful and disorderly to then immediately engage in the same conduct.
Yeah, I uphold the point of order. It's not only disrespectful to the witnesses, it's disrespectful to me. You're repeatedly ignoring my ruling, which is to stop interjecting. If you continue, I will call you to order. Minister, you have the call.
That's fine. I can't even...
A question from the opposition.
So, Minister, can I just move on? It's clear that you're not going to do anything on that, but that's fine.
Well, no,
so,
I'm going
Minister,
to...
I just want to move on to...
I'm going to correct you there
Mr.
because...
Lawrence on a point of order.
It's really unfair, I would say, and discourteous to preface a question was some sort of sniping mischaracterisation of the previous answer.
much detail
Because
have
it
you got to
denies the
play?
minister, because the topic's moved on. It's not an
Yeah.
appropriate question,
I-
it's just a little speech that you slip in.
Yeah,
Well, and the Minister
I uphold the point of order. The resolution of the House is to treat all witnesses with courtesy at all times, Mr.
Works
Tudor.
both ways,
That
Madam
was
Chair.
discourteous.
Works both ways.
Well, and I call you to order for the first time. I call you to order for the first time. Please do not ignore my rulings, or I'll continue to call you to order.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, there is, given the potential impact on coal exports of the closure of the Port of Newcastle by rising tide protesters and the over 100 charges for breaches of the law by participants, what action have you taken to oppose the granting of any permit for this further sabotage of the New South Wales economy? And have you spoken to the Minister for Police and Counter-Terrorism in relation to it?
So in relation to the matter of protests, I mean, while everyone has a right to protest, they don't have a right to disrupt. And the police minister has been incredibly clear on this. She's the Minister for Police and the Minister for the Hunter, and she has an excellent understanding of this and the disruption that the community has experienced already due to protest activity this year. And if people are caught breaking the law, they'll be arrested.
So, but nothing to stop this actual protest from occurring, given that on the last occasion, this group ignored the conditions of the attached to the protest in relation to the timing, and over 100 charges arose from the previous protest. Would you not think it appropriate to actually refuse?
I mean, ultimately they are questions for the police and for the police minister to answer. But I would say this: I am a vocal and supporter of our coal industry. I appreciate the 25,000 direct jobs, the more than 100,000 indirect jobs that they support, particularly through the Hunter region. And like I say, everyone has the right to protest, but they don't have a right to disrupt. These are important exports that are very important for our state's economy, and are bringing in valuable royalties for our state as well.
Thank you, Minister. Just before I hand to my colleague, Mr. Borzak, I just remind all honourable members that in these committee hearings, we are to avoid at all times naming individuals who are not here to defend themselves and adversely reflecting upon those individuals as well. So I'd remind all members not to do that. I think that has occurred in the previous round of questions. And I'm getting some advice about how we manage that, but I remind all honourable members not to name individuals and to adversely reflect upon them. Mr. Borzak.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I'll take you back to my previous line of questioning in relation to New South Wales Government procurement. You are mandating, at least in your media release you say you will, New South Wales government agencies must engage with local New South Wales suppliers before going to tender for projects worth more than $7.5 million. How will this actually work in practice? How will you know that that's being observed, and if it's not, hold them accountable?
Yeah, so that's a great question, Mr. Borzak, and it's certainly the way that we're implementing our "if not, why not" policy in the ministerial direction.
Get you to talk into the mic a little
and the
more,
ministerial
please.
direction that I issued on Tuesday. The key part of this is that, like I said, at the start of the process, so we've implemented a series of measures. One of those is actually through the Jobs First Commission, and the legislation that we will introduce is a waiting at the tender as part of the tender process. What the if not, why not ministerial direction does is right at the start of the process requires government agencies for contracts of more than $7.5 million to look out for a New South Wales supplier, and if they can't find one, to then report to the procurement board about why they were unable to do that. Now, we look forward to, and this is where I'll be working closely with my ministerial colleague, Minister Chanthavong, about if there are gaps that are identified as a result of this, then that's certainly something that we could look at in the future. But the initial step of what we want to be doing is requiring government agencies, for the first time, to explain why they can't find a New South Wales supplier.
So, but how will that actually work?
Yeah, so they will be required.
Is there a form to fill out? Is there a website they have to refer to? They have to go back to the secretary and report to him, or how does that work?
Yeah, so they'll be reporting that to the Procurement Board, and the actual process for how we do that will certainly be operationalised by Treasury, and perhaps they could provide you with a little bit more information about that.
The detail is what this is all about.
Yeah, absolutely.
Otherwise, you just get lip service being paid to this.
So the sorts of things that we would expect agencies to do would be to make contact with relevant industry associations to seek their information. In the cases of larger procurements, actually formally ask for information from the market or ask for an expression of interest to identify New South Wales-based enterprises. So we do have to pin down the details. You're absolutely right, the detail matters here. We're going to make it as easy for agencies to do this as possible, but there needs to be reasonable steps taken, and they need to demonstrate that they've done that to the satisfaction of the Procurement Board.
Okay, thank you. And with your $7.5 million cut-off, are you saying that contracts less than this amount will be tendered without local preference?
So that's what we're doing at this stage, Mr. Borzak, and this is, as I mentioned earlier, the second ministerial direction that I've issued. The first ministerial direction was actually to up the amount that up the amount that government agencies could directly engage with local businesses from $100,000 to now I'm going to get the figure wrong, but we upped the direct engagement, because small and medium-sized businesses, the feedback that we had gotten, indeed this was an election commitment that we made, was to increase the amount that a direct engagement can be made. And as part of that ministerial direction, we also reduced the red tape that's associated with those procurement processes. So if I could characterise it like this, Mr. Borzak, what we want to do with those largest sized contracts is to increase the requirements on them around local tender weighting, on requiring the government agencies to go out and to seek a New South Wales-based supplier. But for those smaller contracts, what we want to be able to do is allow small and medium-sized businesses to engage directly with the government and to reduce the red tape that's associated with that engagement. That's certainly been the feedback that I've received from Business New South Wales, and I know my colleagues have as well.
Well, okay, well that sounds a little bit better, because the way it seems to be put is that there's a cut-off for $7.5 million. If you're below that, forget it. We don't care where it comes from.
No, so we've come up with the $7.5 million threshold because that covers about 85% of the contracts that are issued by the New South Wales government. And this is, as I outlined earlier, the first time in more than a decade that the New South Wales government has engaged in this particular way. And we think that it's important that we have a stepping in point, but it's a range of, it's a suite of policies that we're pursuing in order to allow our local businesses in different ways to be able to access that government procurement spend. Like I said to you, Mr. Borzak, it's $42 billion worth of goods and services that the New South Wales government is procuring every year. And I know you're really passionate about supporting small and medium-sized businesses, particularly in regional New South Wales.
Well, I'll get to some of that detail a little bit further, but I see that where a contract over $7.5 million is awarded outside of New South Wales, that the agencies will need to please explain. That's another term that you've introduced. Why? How does that please explain work in the context of what you've been explaining?
Yeah, so agencies will be required to each quarter report to the Procurement Board about what contracts they have engaged with New South Wales suppliers for and which contracts they haven't. That will allow us to start to collate some data about what is available and what's not. We've already begun discussions across government about how we can be leveraging different expertise to be able to provide that to our government agencies. But as I've spoken about in this forum and in the House at length, the devolved procurement model that we've inherited from the previous government, where different agencies are kind of operating in their own siloed situations.
I assume you're not just talking about price also, that there are other issues around that, obviously.
Yeah.
And assuming it's just not price, then do you have any detail, or does Mr Coots try to tell us any more of the considerations that may be brought to account?
So the specific requirements that we're asking them to report on will be in relation to if they have engaged with a New South Wales supplier or not. And like I said to you, we're going to be doing that quarterly, but perhaps the Secretary or the Deputy Secretary might be able to provide you with a bit more information.
Perhaps a worked example, Mr Borzak. So the policy changes the Minister's describing enables agencies to establish 30% weighting within their evaluation and decision-making process for things like the use of local content, support for local jobs, including apprentices and trainees, engagement with small business, or a demonstration they're using an ethical supply chain, avoiding supply chains that are at risk of modern slavery, for example. The balance of that will be a range of other factors, of which price is only one. So the other factors you would consider would be the quality of the goods or services, the reliability of the supplier, the capacity of the supplier to meet your needs, after-sales service, commercial requirements, whether the good or service really exactly matches the specifications you're looking for. So in that model, price and kind of quantifiable price elements are only 30% of your overall assessment.
That's what I was going to get to in terms of weightings.
Yeah.
Each of those have got a different weighting, I suppose, have they?
Yeah, you would, yes they do, but price, value for money is not simply lowest price, and government procurement, I think, is mature enough to recognise that, and price would not comprise more than about 30% of an overall evaluation. It's important, but it's not determinative.
Thank you. I just wonder, and I haven't read it in any of your media release or heard it in your answers right up till now, but where's the bias for the bush in all of this, in the supply policy?
Yeah, so Mr. Borzak, that's a really good point. At this, I've been engaging with a range of different stakeholders, peak bodies and individual businesses. The one thing that we've heard overall is that they just want access as a very first step, and that's been consistent whether it's in the city or whether it's in the bush. I spoke in the House about Manny Fabrication, who I went and visited in Gunnedah when I was up there. Actually, I did a range of was speaking with them, and they're a 100% Aboriginal-owned company doing fantastic work with the mining industry, these enormous projects. They're about to expand and take on some new workers, but they can't access government procurement contracts. So this is what we're doing.
Well, there are lots of companies that New South Wales or Australian based that can't ever get a contract with New South Wales government.
Yeah, and we think that's ridiculous, Mr. Borzak. We think that New South Wales government agencies should be looking to local suppliers, local businesses first, and that's what we're doing with this policy.
I mean, these people don't have money to pay for sales reps to wander around government departments knocking on doors saying, you know, we're here, we're looking for your business. The government certainly needs to reach out to these people, certainly.
Absolutely, and when I was there visiting Manny Fabrication, just as an example, we had a representative from the department who talked to them about some requirements, and they'll be able to hopefully now be able to engage directly. We want to be able to, the point you make, Mr. Borzak, is exactly right, which is it's not just about government opening its doors and saying come in, it's also then about going out and encouraging and supporting local businesses to be able to do that, and we understand that opportunity as well.
Thank you. I'll come back to it again.
Minister. Ms. Boyd.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning.
Good morning.
Is it your government's plan to make weapons manufacturing a major part of our domestic manufacturing mix?
So, Ms. Boyd, we are working on a range of measures to rebuild our manufacturing industry here in New South Wales. In relation to the specifics of industry policy, they're probably best directed to Minister Chanthavong. That's certainly work that he has underway right now. in determining the industry policy, and I'm working closely with him.
In relation to domestic manufacturing, though, is it your understanding that weapons manufacture is going to be a major part of the mix under the Labor government?
Look, I would say that in relation to my ministerial responsibilities, I'm particularly interested in the government procurement opportunities and leveraging those to support our domestic manufacturing industry. We know that for every direct job in manufacturing, there's a further 3.5 in the supply chain, but my ministerial responsibilities are largely limited to the opportunities within government procurement. Broader industry policy is really a matter for Minister Chanthavaugh.
On the 21st of February, you held a round table, but it's not specified what that round table was for. Do you have the details of that in front of you?
On the 21st.
So in your ministerial diaries, on the 21st of February.
Let me just pull that one out.
You met with a range of different stakeholders, including the Advanced Manufacturing Growth Centre.
Yes.
But also including Circuitwise, Roma Engineering, Carbonix, and a bunch of others. What was that roundtable in relation to?
Yeah, so that was a roundtable that the Australian Manufacturing Growth Centre hosted for me as part of my regular industry engagement, and there was a representative of the Manufacturing Growth Centre actually at our announcement on Tuesday. They're really keen to see the opportunities that we can realise through our Jobs First Commission and also through our If Not, Why Not policy.
Did you discuss weapons manufacturing at that meeting?
I don't recall discussing that. I'm not aware of the New South Wales government procuring weapons, and I'm happy to be corrected on that, but really my focus is about finding the opportunities with government procurement and domestic manufacturing.
Okay, but we're talking about domestic manufacturing.
Yeah.
Circuitwise and Roma Engineering both provide electronics for weapons. Carbonix provides drones, including for sort of military and surveillance and some of that really sort of nasty application of drones in war. Were you aware that you were meeting with companies that were involved in providing weapons manufacturing or providing weapons?
So the Australian Manufacturing Growth Centres is an organisation that has previously received federal government funding and has been a way of bringing manufacturers together. I asked them to convene a roundtable of a range of stakeholders that would provide me with input about how they engage with government procurement policies, how they find that process. The overwhelming feedback that we received was similar to what I said to Mr. Borzak, which is New South Wales government is New South Wales is the hardest jurisdiction in the country in order to engage and access government.
And I appreciate that, and I'm certainly not criticising your procurement. The activities you've been doing around procurement policy. On the 7th of November last year, you had what's specified as a TAFE roundtable. Yeah. Again, there were a number of companies at that roundtable who were involved in providing component parts for weapons. Were you aware of that when you had that meeting?
So that particular roundtable was convened by the Minister for Skills, and I'm happy to be corrected, but I do think that may have been on the site of where the Premier and the Minister for Skills and our federal counterparts are announcing today that we will be at Wetherill Park TAFE doing one of the Advanced Manufacturing Centres for Excellence. So it was in the context of what are the skills that we need to be putting into Western Sydney, and what are the opportunities that we can be unlocking, and how can we be training our workforce in order to access
So
those
in relation to that, we've seen both around Newcastle Airport and now around the proposed Western Sydney Airport a bunch of agreements and memorandums of understanding with companies that manufacture weapons, particularly global weapons manufacturers, and also connections with then sort of skills and TAFE and universities to try and skill up people to work in those industries. Is it your government's intention to provide a workforce for the global weapons manufacturers in New South Wales?
In relation to the skills part of that question. I think that's really probably a question for Minister Wan and Minister Chanthavong in relation to the opportunities that they see more broadly across industry. The thing that I am most concerned about from our skills or from the skills component in my portfolio is what I announced earlier this week, which is on government procurement projects, over $7.5 million, we will be requiring 20% of the trades workforce to be apprentices.
Okay, so
these
just
are
coming
the kinds
back
of,
to...
But these are the kinds of opportunities that I'm looking for in relation to
coming
skills.
back to these questions, so you've been carrying out these roundtables in relation to Jobs and Investments Authority. There is obviously a large overlap between companies that are involved in mining and the export of coal, and companies that are involved or could be involved in weapons manufacture. Is there a risk that we are draining our workforce that could be used, for green energy projects, and instead redirecting them towards weapons manufacture in New South Wales?
I would say that questions about our future industries and where we should be fostering those and how we can be supporting them are really best directed to Minister Chanthavong. I think the opportunities for our clean energy future I completely agree with, and in terms of my portfolio we are talking a lot about the critical minerals that we can be unlocking and the opportunities there around
And what's the Jobs and
copper
Investment Authority doing then if it's not shepherding communities and businesses that are currently in those communities into other industries?
Oh, so specifically in relation to future Jobs and Investment Authorities?
Yeah.
What are they doing?
Are they going to be directing people into the hands of weapons manufacturers?
So we've now got a team set up within the New South Wales Resources to be able to set up our future Jobs and Investment Authorities, but as you may be aware, consultation has just closed on our issues paper that we released, and I think there was 89 submissions that we received as part of that process, and we're working through exactly what the structures will be. We want to be able to partner with local communities as we create those local investment authorities.
So what has the feedback been from the roundtables then? Because those roundtables have involved a lot of those companies that are currently reliant on the coal industry and on coal export, and also the same industries that could be used and redirected towards weapons manufacture. So I don't want to labour the point too much, but people are very concerned that New South Wales is going to be replacing coal export with weapons export, given the cluster of these industries around our airports. What do you know, Minister, about your government's intention in relation to weapons manufacture in New South Wales?
I have to say most of the conversations at those roundtables have been about unlocking future opportunities. There's been lots of talk about clean energy opportunities. I wouldn't want to mislead the committee and speak, but I don't recall that being a key topic of conversation in relation to the discussions there. The discussions there were really about how do we establish the local authorities, what's the time frame that we're working towards, and how can we be using the power of government, the convening power of government, to really bring the community and government and workers together to be able to, and investment obviously, to facilitate that investment. But I wouldn't say that that's been a key focus of the work of the future
The draft
Jobs and
New
Investment
South Wales industry blueprint that Minister Chanthavong has been consulting on talks about so-called defence, which we know means weapons manufacture, as being a focus sector for New South Wales's industry. Are you saying that that has not played into the development of the Jobs and Investments Authority and what transition might look like for coal communities?
No, but I think you highlight a really good point, which is the coordination across government, which will be a crucial role for the authorities, and finding those opportunities, whether that be across Investment New South Wales or within our industry policy, and facilitating those. As you outlined, that is still a draft blueprint, and we would certainly expect that once our future Jobs and Investment Authorities are up and running, then they would be working closely with our colleagues in Investment New South Wales and across government to be finding those opportunities. The other key part of the conversation is around planning and how we can be making sure that we are facilitating the formally job supporting lands into and making sure that those jobs are actually continuing.
Will you rule out New South Wales becoming a weapons manufacturing hub?
The time for questions from the Greens has concluded. It's time now for questions from the opposition. You've got a minute.
1 minute, I think I have, Minister. So I'll just ask you this, and I think I probably already know the answer, but I just want you to repeat.
Well, why don't you ask me a
noting
question
that the CFMEU, in its submission to the Social Issues Committee of the Legislative Council, called for the establishment of a New South Wales secure local jobs code, stating that as a precondition of tendering entities should have an enterprise agreement with the relevant union. So will you categorically rule out adopting this proposal for a New South Wales secure local jobs code?
Yes, I think this is the third time you've asked me this question. You've asked me in the Parliament, you've asked me a question on notice, and now here in budget estimates. Let me complete the trifecta and say no.
Good, thank
This
you.
is not
And have you
something we
been
are
briefed on
considering.
Operation Kingfisher in the ACT? Have you been briefed on that?
The ACT.
Sorry, Mr. Tudhope, you're now asking me
The
about...
Integrity Commission in the ACT conducted an integrity inquiry called Operation Kingfisher. Have you been briefed in relation to that integrity inquiry?
Mr. Tudhope, this is the New South Wales budget estimates process. You are welcome to ask me questions
Well, I did.
about
I asked you a question about
operations
whether you'd been briefed.
in relation to a range of measures that are within my portfolio, and you seem to I would just say that you are welcome to ask me questions.
But I did. What's
Point
the
of order,
answer? Have you
Chair.
been briefed?
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order has been taken by Dr. Kane.
Well, there's two aspects to it now, and there's three aspects to it now. One is, this whole morning, we've had commentary by not substantive members of the committee, participating members, who haven't been asking questions, and I didn't understand that participating members' role was to come in and provide some kind of jeering squad. That's the first issue. The second is, Mr. Tudhope has asked a question which is well beyond the jurisdiction of this minister, and is not within the terms of reference. The minister has mentioned that. And then Mr. Tudhope has continued to badger the minister. So, I mean, please take your pick on any of those.
To the point of order, it was a specific question as to whether the minister had been briefed on an integrity agency commission. No, she did not.
Yes.
Had she been briefed?
Just say no.
And it was a specific question to which I asked. I would have thought there was a specific answer. And if the minister doesn't have is able to say no to that question, that's fine.
Well, I'll rule on that. Yes, I don't uphold that particular part of the points of order regarding the relevance and whether or not the minister should be answering those questions. But I do uphold the points made by Dr. Kane regarding interjections and discourteous treatment of witnesses. If we could desist from that, that would help. But unfortunately...
Well, so can I just get on the record the minister's answer to that question?
No, you can't. Your time's done.
Time.
Your time's over.
The time... Minister, have you concluded?
I've concluded.
The minister
So the
has
answer is
concluded.
no.
Thank you. We
No.
now turn to questions.
No,
It's okay.
I've provided my answer. You don't get to ask the questions and the
We
answers,
now
Mr. Tudhope.
turn
You
to
only get to ask
questions
the
good.
from
It's all
the
good.
government. Minister, please desist from provoking the opposition.
Don't provoke.
Questions from the government. Mr. Lawrence, I think you have
Very
a question or
restrained.
two.
Thanks, Minister. I wanted to ask about the bulk billing support initiative.
Oh, yes.
And could you tell us what role that will have in delivering cost of living relief to families and households? And also, could you tell us how it will provide certainty around the payroll tax obligations of GP clinics?
Thank you very much, Mr. Lawrence, for an important question. And this is an important cost of living measure that we announced in our budget, and I'm delighted to report to the budget estimates hearings that it's up and running as of yesterday. So the night before last, the New South Wales government wiped $100 million worth of payroll tax liabilities had been accumulated by our GPs under the previous government's watch. Now, this is an issue that has festered along for 5 long years, and we are engaged in careful and considered and thoughtful consultation process with a range of stakeholders, and did some deep policy work. I want to really pay tribute to my colleague, Minister Park. We worked closely on this initiative, and yesterday we were in Rouse Hill visiting visiting a bulk billing centre that sees more than 500
Point of order,
patients
Chair.
a day.
Point of order.
Dr. Kane, I don't need to hear the point of order because I can't hear from the Waldorf Sattler over here.
Turned up to his own committee.
If we could desist from the conversation.
If the member wants to make that point of order, it applies both ways in terms of the commentary.
Order.
Come on.
Order. We'll have no pots calling any kettles anything.
Correct.
We will have order, and we will have decorum and civility, and we'll have an answer from the Minister.
Thank you, Chair. This is a really important initiative because it wipes the historical payroll tax liabilities that were accumulated by our GPs. It gives them certainty. The key message that we got through the consultations that we undertook was the lack of certainty that this was giving to GPs across the state. So we've given them that. And going forward, we're going to be supporting, for the very first time, the New South Wales government is intervening to support bulk billing. And that's because we don't want families and people to be thinking across New South Wales. We don't want them to have a second thought. If they need to see their doctor, we want them to be able to do that. And that's what our bulk billing support initiative talked about in the budget. We announced it in the budget and now it's in practice, and it's a really exciting initiative. It's $189 million and the first intervention to support bulk billing because we understand the importance of affordable and accessible healthcare, and we want to be pulling all the levers that we have to be able to support that.
Yeah, certainly. Thank you, Minister. What you've already sort of touched upon it, but what prompted the government in taking this unprecedented intervention to support bulk billing?
Yeah, so like I said, this was an issue that's festered around for 5 years. It created huge amounts of uncertainty and it emerged under the previous government through a series of court rulings around the contractor provisions. Now, historically, a lot of our GPs have been contractors, but there was immense uncertainty, and that was really playing out in healthcare and the delivery of healthcare for the people of New South Wales. Now, we know that for every 1% drop that we see in bulk billing, we see a 3,000 additional presentations to our emergency departments. So it actually is a unique set of circumstances where the government has an opportunity to support, amongst a range of measures that the Minister for Health is doing to alleviate pressure on our emergency departments, to actually be providing primary healthcare and supporting bulk billing in our community. And it's a really exciting initiative. It's something that the previous government, and I know the former Minister wants to walk out and not hear the answer and refuse to meet with the...
Point of order. I've moved to point of order. My point of order goes to the Minister reflecting on the member. She has no reason to know why he may or may not have left. There's still 3 members of the opposition here, and she should withdraw that reflection on my colleague.
Sam wasn't even there. Can't reflect.
You left my name ID out there. It's good.
Yeah.
You think so?
There's no capacity to withdraw, have a comment withdrawn. It's on the transcript, for better or worse now. But I do uphold the point of order. It's disorderly to reflect on, and make reflections on anyone participating in this committee. So please desist from doing so, Minister.
So I would just note that this was an issue that has been around for years, and certainly in my multiple meetings with the peak organisations and with Minister Park and with a range of other affected stakeholders, that the engagement from our government to try and find a practical solution on this issue has now delivered for the people of New South Wales. And I will just say our initiative is designed to support bulk billing. That's certainly what we want to be able to do. We understand that the federal government, the previous federal Liberal government's failure to index the bulk billing incentives for more than a decade is really the true cause of the pressure on GPs, and is really going to be the way that we see a significant increase in those bulk billing rates. But we have seen a slight uptick in the bulk billing rates across New South Wales as a result of those tripling of the incentives that the federal Labor government did in the budget before last. So we hope that these measures will move together. But what For Health, the said at our event yesterday is that this could actually, they have practices where they're going to be bulk billing below the threshold, and they're looking at increasing their bulk billing rates so that they will be able to access this payroll tax rebate. So that is just welcome news for the government at a time when we know families and households are under enormous pressure.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Minister.
No further questions from the government? Well, thank you everyone for your questions and answers. We will now have a short recess and we will return at 11:15. Thank you everyone. For returning to the hearings into expenditure in the area. Portfolio Committee number 1. Thank you, Minister and officials, for returning. We will now recommence with questions from the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I just want to ask you some questions about STAR. The Queensland Government has agreed to provide tax relief to the STAR. Is your government looking to allow or provide tax relief, be it payroll tax or gambling tax relief, to protect the thousands of jobs which may be at risk in New South Wales?
Yeah, so the Treasurer is leading in relation to those conversations with STAR, but perhaps the Secretary of the Treasury could provide you with an update.
Thank you, Minister. The New South Wales Government has indicated to the STAR that it's not prepared to consider deferring or waiving gaming tax or payroll tax.
Okay, so have there been discussions with either Stephen Miles in Queensland or the Albanese government in relation to how those jobs would be protected?
As I indicated, Mr. Tudor-Hope, the Treasury is leading on this matter, as he did in the negotiations last year with STAR that guaranteed those jobs. But as the Secretary has outlined, the New South Wales Government is not considering that at this point, and the indications that we have been provided with is that support would not be supporting jobs here in New South Wales. So that's what our focus is.
So 3,000 odd jobs, I think, was at the time then gaming tax relief was provided on the last occasion. Those 3,000 jobs are at risk.
Again, Mr. Tudor-Hope, this was the Treasurer cleaning up a mess that your government created. It was the previous Treasurer's. It was the implementation of the previous Treasurer's policies that created that uncertainty. The Treasurer spent, and the Treasury spent an enormous amount of time. Well, Mr. Tudor-Hope, you can ask me questions, and I get to provide you with answers.
Order.
That's the way this works.
Don't give me the comment.
Order.
Thank you.
So Mr. Tudor-Hope, as I said, the Treasurer is leading on this particular issue. So the Secretary can outline the extensive negotiations that the Treasurer and the Treasury engaged with STAR last year to protect those jobs, but we are not currently considering those.
So do you accept then that 3,000 jobs may well be at risk if that tax relief is not provided?
So Mr. Tudor-Hope, what I can tell you is that the government invested an enormous amount of time and effort to protect those jobs and to get a jobs guarantee last year and to put that in place. And that is something that was, again, as I said, cleaning up a mess that we inherited. But at this point, that is not something that we are considering,
and the mess
as
that
the Secretary of the Treasury has said.
And the mess that you inherited, of course, was of STAR's own making, was it not, in terms of the manner in which they were conducting that operation?
Look, I mean, the questions about the operation for STAR are questions for their board, and they're under investigation at the moment. And so, like I said to you, this is not... if you have significant substantive policy questions, then the Secretary of the Treasury can provide you with more information.
So last year the 3,000 jobs were really important, and you gave gaming tax relief to secure those jobs, and in fact got concessions in relation to the introduction of cashless gaming. But this year, when the same jobs are at risk, you're not prepared to join with the Queensland Government to provide that tax relief. Is that the case?
The major call on STAR's cash is the requirements to make payments into the Queen's Wharf joint venture. And as the firm has indicated to the Australian Stock Exchange today, they're working with their lenders, their equity holders and other stakeholders to see if they can establish a plan to have sufficient cash to operate and meet those commitments,
But the
largely
plan-
in Queensland.
But the plan would be helped, would it not, if there was some concession made by the New South Wales government? Last year we were prepared to do it, not this year.
Well, I think the situation confronting the government last year is different to the situation confronting the Star this year. It's under pressure, but it's under pressure for different reasons.
Well,
The assessment when the government stepped in last year was that if it went ahead with the increase in taxes that were proposed, that of itself would be a decision that would render the firm unviable. So that was the reason for the negotiations that concluded with a different and transitionary approach to the tax increase and the jobs guarantee. But the situation facing the firm now is much more complex.
Thanks. Minister, I wanted to ask a few questions in relation to the recent decision by the Court of Appeal in relation to the Bowden Silver Mine project. What's the government's response to the decision to uphold the appeal that was lodged?
So, as we've extensively canvassed in the first session of questioning, our government is absolutely committed to realising the opportunities that critical minerals and high-tech metals present for New South Wales in terms of investment and in terms of jobs, and that's particularly the case across regional New South Wales. We know that these can be key drivers for important jobs in our local communities. In relation to the decision on the Bowden Silver Mine, I respect the court's decision. It is a significant and recent decision, and I know that the planning department is working through those implications of the decision. It was highly technical, but again, as is the case with the McPhillamy's project, we are focused on practical solutions to ensure that these projects can go ahead.
Sure. So does the government want to see this mine proceed?
Of course, we want to see. Sure. This is a mine that has gone through the independent planning process, and we support projects that have been assessed through that robust process.
Do you have any details in terms of the financial implications for the state if this project doesn't go ahead?
So the Treasury Secretary, we've spoken about this at length, about the way that royalties are calculated into the future budget projections, and so the Secretary could provide you with some more information in relation to that.
Sure.
But of course we model them, but we consider them carefully before we factor them into
Can I ask you, Minister, I just want to talk about...
Before we factor them into the future projections, you would be aware that the key contributor to royalties is coal royalties, and that is the vast majority of the income that we receive.
Yeah. So, you mentioned critical minerals and the importance of critical minerals to the state. Given that you've got both silver and zinc on your critical minerals list, what does this decision mean for your critical minerals strategy, and how will it be impacted?
So you're right to highlight that those two are on our critical minerals list, and that we want to be finding opportunities to unlock these critical minerals resources that we have, and they belong to the people of New South Wales, and we want to be able to do that in a careful and within a rigorous environmental and heritage approvals process. But it's a really technical decision, this court decision. It's certainly being thought through and considered by the planning department, and I've been briefed by them and will continue to engage with them about ways that we can be encouraging more investment in our critical minerals and our high-tech metals opportunities.
Would you look at recommending the project as a critical state significant project?
So I am aware of this proposal. Indeed, that was part of the Minerals Council submission to our critical minerals and high-tech metals strategy. They made a submission that would be the case. My understanding is that that would not have changed the outcome of that, but ultimately they're really planning questions that are best directed to Minister Scully.
Sure. Just last one in relation to this issue, Minister. You talked about being briefed by planning. I think you said that just then. Has there been any advice that you've been given from planning in regard to what avenues there might be for the company to get its approvals back in place in a timely manner?
Yeah, so they are working through what the next steps are. The company,
company and planning.
The company and the planning department are working through the implications of the decision. But as you would be aware, the planning system is complex. There are a number of different steps, and this was a highly technical decision that may have broader implications, and that is all being considered by the planning department at this time.
Thank you, Minister. I want to take you now to the statutory review into small-scale titles, which we've spoken about before. Obviously, since we last sat and I asked about these issues, the independent review has been publicly released. Maybe I should direct my questions to Mr. Lawrence. I don't know. We'll see. The Opals are. I just want to go to some of the specifics. The review's recommended that the charges for obstruction for a landholder be increased from 100 to 500 points. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, so as I have spoken about many times in the House, this was a legacy issue that I inherited, and amongst the very first briefings that Ms. Beattie provided me with was to say that more than 3,340 mineral claims had been incorrectly issued, unlawfully issued.
Can I just direct you to the question, Minister? The history isn't relevant.
And because of that decision, we had to undertake a series of actions, and I really want to pay tribute
Chair,
to the Honourable Stephen Lawrence.
I have really limited time, Minister. I've asked a very specific question about a review that was made public last week, not the history or what Mr. Lawrence has been doing. But just it's a point of order to relevance.
Oh, point of order.
Thank you, Chair. I asked a very specific question about a recommendation around changes to obstructions for landholders. I'd like an answer to my question, not the history.
It's not question time.
I have 8 minutes.
To the point of order.
To the point of order, Mr. Lawrence.
I would say that it's a directly relevant answer. It might not be the one that is sought, so it's not a point of order.
Yeah, I won't uphold the point of order. I was listening closely to what the Minister was saying. She was providing some context.
What the community want to know.
And then also was being directly relevant and answering your question.
Okay, so Minister, do you agree with 100 to 500 points?
Well, I think the Minister, had you concluded, Minister?
No, so Mr. Buckingham, so that was the first step, was that the licence had been unlawfully issued. The very first course of action that we took was to start reissuing those licences correctly, which managed to get a number of miners back onto their mineral claims, because we understand the importance of opal mining, particularly to the communities of Lightning Ridge and to Whitecliffs. The second thing that we did was to pass legislation through the Parliament.
Sorry, Chair, I'm going to have to take a second point of order. Point of order, please. I asked a very specific question relating to an independent review that was handed down last week about whether the Minister agrees with the proposal to increase the charges for obstruction from 100 to 500 points. I've now had a minute and a half of that question not even being remotely addressed.
Further to the point of order.
How much protection do you need to run?
Order.
It's not a hard question.
To address this issue really is to redirect the witness. Then if a point of order is taken, there'll be an issue about whether the Minister's had a reasonable time to answer. But it's not a point of order if a witness is giving relevant evidence. And it's not relevant. The person making the point of order to seek to get a particular answer, but if she wishes to redirect, then it'll be about it for us or someone else to take a point of order or not.
To the point of order, we've been given the notice that we actually can't redirect. So
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so the members' point of order is actually really relevant. It's not about not liking the Minister's answer, it's about asking the Minister to be directly relevant. And because we can't redirect, that is such an important point for members.
Further to the point of order.
Stephen, come on. Why are you hiding? People want to know.
But it's a question of whether a reasonable opportunity has been given to answer.
You've wasted
and that
2
is an
minutes of my
important point
time.
for members to understand, because if that's a blanket rule, you can't redirect, well, there'll just be one question at the beginning sometimes, and people just continue forever. You can redirect.
Well, look, I won't uphold the point of order, but I would ask the Minister to come to the point directly and answer the question
People in Lightning Ridge and Whitecliffs are watching this. So, Minister, what's your view on the 100 to 500 points?
Know exactly who failed to
it's
lawfully
a specific
issue
question
the
about what's in your
licenses
review that came out last
12
week.
years. And
Like,
so the third part
do you
of what
agree
we
with
have
what
done,
was recommended or not?
The third part of what we have done to fix up the mess that you gave to us in relation to Opals, where you unlawfully issued licenses
people
for
want
decades,
to know what you
was
have
an
done with this review,
independent
and do you agree with
And
the recommendations?
independent review has more than 80 highly technical recommendations, and so what I have done is asked the Honourable Stephen Lawrence
Why don't
to
you do it?
convene
You're
a
the minister.
working group.
Order.
To convene a working group, which includes the Whitecliff Miners Association, the Lightning Ridge Miners Association, the Farmers Association, the local Crown Land Manager, Aboriginal Land Council, and other local representatives to work through these recommendations. I want to thank
Minister.
the Honourable Terry Sheehan for the important
Thank you,
recommendations
Minister.
that they made, and also to Norton Rose Fulbright. This was the first review
Thank
that
you,
was
Minister.
done
Can I just
in more than a decade.
You've answered my question by saying that you are going to get Mr. Lawrence to do the work.
Well, no, I'm
That's-
going to
you just said
reject.
you've
I'm
asked
going
him
to
to
reject
chair.
that.
That
I'm
wasn't
going to
negative.
reject
You've
what
asked
you've
him
just
to chair
said.
the committee. You just
What
said
we
that.
have done is commissioned an independent
you've asked
review
him
that has a
to chair
range
the
of
committee.
more than 80
Order.
recommendations.
Order. I just turned my attention away for 10 seconds and it's become a rabble.
So you
Please.
don't need my point of order, Chair?
In the corner.
There was a point of order to take.
Stand in the
Please, please, the
Be
Minister's
nice.
answering. I do not think it helps for the conduct of this hearing to interject over the top, Mrs. Mitchell. You may not like the answer, but it doesn't help for the conduct of this inquiry to be constantly commenting over the top.
Thank you, Chair. That wasn't a reflection. You did ask Mr. Lawrence to chair a committee, so that's what I was saying. But I wanted to know whether you, as Minister, have a view on the proposed grid system that's been recommended by the review.
So the review has made more than 80 recommendations, and before we formulate our whole of government response to this problem that we inherited from your time in government, we are consulting closely with the local community.
Okay, but you
and
have no
Mr.
public
Lawrence
commentary,
is
no
continuing
Order.
his important work
No indication
in
of your
engaging
view as
with
Minister.
the local community. And I have to say, I heard feedback when I visited Lightning Ridge about the way that they had been neglected for more than a decade, how excited they were to have the minister
That's not
come
what
and
we're
actually
hearing.
engage directly with them. And before we make decisions that are directly going to impact the industry, we're going back to them to
Okay,
say,
great.
give us your
Thank
feedback,
you. So
tell us about how
can
we
you
should
give
be
me then a time
implementing this.
frame of when you expect to have that government response and that certainty? Because we can't, to be frank, Minister, get any indication from you today whether the government's entertaining any or all of the recommendations. So what is the time frame of when you expect to have your final government response?
As a former minister, you would know that when you engage an independent review, you ask for their perspective on it. As we
Which you've now
formulate
got.
our whole of government response, we're going back to the communities
Sure.
affected.
So when do you expect to
and
have your whole of
engaging
government
with them
response
so that we
released?
can formulate our whole of government
Okay,
response?
what's the
Now, I'm
timeframe
sure
for
that
that,
we would
Order.
we would aim to have that that work completed by the end of the year. But
Thank you.
I'll say this. I'll say this. I have sat on
had my
under
answer,
your
but-
government. I have sat on enough
I'd like to
parliamentary
move
inquiries
along,
that have
please. So
recommended
this isn't-
genuine
this isn't
consultation,
relevant,
and that
Chair.
might be
Point of
something
order.
that you find.
Point of
point
order,
of order
Chair.
has been
I asked
taken.
the Minister when she said the end of the year. I've got my answer. I'd like to move on to a new topic, if I can.
Yeah, I
please.
do think that the Minister was straying beyond the remit of the question.
Thank
So
you.
I'll uphold that point of order.
Thank you, Chair. Just briefly, Minister, the Royalties for Rejuvenation program, which I asked you about last time. Is it true that the panel of chairs made a recommendation to you in August last year to consider opening an initial round of the fund for applications?
So, sorry, can you repeat the question? I didn't hear Mr. Tudor-Hope was interjecting.
Is it true that the panel chairs made a recommendation to you in August last year that you consider opening an initial round of the fund for applications?
So what I can tell you about the expert panels is that I want to thank the members of the expert panels. There's a range of community members who were appointed by your government. we don't think that this is the right model.
That's fine,
to
Minister. I
be
appreciate
able
that.
to-
You can do
Well,
this in a dicta
you can
from
ask
your
me a
own side.
question.
My question was
You can
very
ask me a question, Ms.
specific.
Mitchell, and I can provide you
did
with
they
an answer,
provide
or you can
advice
just
to
talk
you?
over me the whole time.
Did they provide advice to you in August last year to consider opening an initial round of the fund for applications?
So, Ms. Mitchell, I've been really clear about the process that we are undertaking in order to plan a future away from coal for those
That's
four
not what I've
key
asked you,
regions
with
that we're
respect,
talking
Minister.
about.
That's not what I'm asking you.
And
did they provide
Point of order,
advice
Chair.
to you?
Point of order.
I mean, this
Point
is
of order's
just
been
ludicrous.
taken. Dr. Kane on a point of order.
Chair, you've asked Ms Mitchell multiple times today not to speak over the Minister and to let the Minister answer. She continues to do that, and I ask that you call her to order.
She's not answering my question.
To the point of order, this Minister has aided and abetted by the decisions which we are taking, just says what she likes and is given the excuse that it may not be the answer you like. But there is a process which doesn't bring this committee into disrepute if, in fact, she is invited to actually answer the question she is asked.
Are you reflecting on my decisions?
No, I'm just suggesting to you that is not the appropriate response in every single case. This Minister...
But I think you said aided and abetted by the decisions that we are making.
Yeah.
I'll take
No, we haven't
Yeah.
finished this. Sorry, can I... Sorry, no.
Order. It's your member that has raised that issue.
Sorry, but the
So,
Chair-
Mr. Lawrence, on a
Is
point
this
of
a
order.
new point of order? Because I've got a
It's a
contribution
point
to
of
the
order on
old point of
contribution
order.
made
Well, he
on
hasn't
the-
ruled on the original point
So
of order.
it's a misuse of the process,
No, this-
I would
this
suggest, to
isn't
say those things,
the
and
right
a reflection
protocol.
on the chair, and therefore
It
dishonourable.
is. It is a reflection on me, and I call you to order for the second time, Mr. Tudor-Hope.
Goodness gracious.
This is just
Sorry, well, could I get a ruling from you, Chair, on the original point of order, and particularly the comments made by my colleague about actually not getting any answers from the Minister to the questions that we've been asking?
I will rule on that. The minister was being relevant to the question. You may not like the answer, but she was providing some context and being relevant to the question. And repeatedly this morning, you've asked a question, and within a matter of moments started interjecting reiterating the question, not really listening. So I don't have much sympathy with your point of order. So I don't uphold
not
it.
answering. Well, that's my time. So thanks.
That's no problem at all. Mr. Borzak.
That's me. Thank you, Chair. Minister, quite often in New South Wales, small business can be subjected to unfair competition with larger local and multinational suppliers using a loss leader approach to tendering. How will your planned changes work to sort this sort of system out?
So thanks, Mr. Borzak. That's a great question. And as I said in the previous, in some of my, or sort of alluded to in my previous answers to you, we are really interested in finding ways and more ways, better ways for our small and medium-sized businesses to be engaging and to be accessing those government procurement dollars. And one of those methods was, as I outlined in the first ministerial direction that I issued last year, was to allow them to increase the threshold for their direct dealings with government, but also then to reduce the red tape requirements on when they do get onto procurement panels. Because what we were hearing from Business New South Wales and from small businesses around the state was that they desperately wanted to do business with government, but that the process was so onerous that it actually wasn't worth it in the end. So I made the ministerial direction last year to allow those an increase in the threshold for direct dealings with the government, but also to reduce those red tape requirements.
Minister, I'm not actually sure that addresses the question I asked, because when loss leading quotes are chucked into the system, how do you actually know that they're doing it? I mean, where in that whole process, who's got the overview to see what's happening in relation to this? I mean, there are examples, for example, in software and perhaps other capital equipment where supplies are pitched low at the low end, and then once you get to the end of it, non-delivery or whatever else comes up, and the contracts are ratcheted up.
Yeah, and I think, Mr. Borzak, the points that the that the Secretary outlined earlier around the way that we will structure local content as part of our tender weightings under the Jobs First Commission will take some of those things into consideration. It's not just looking at the lowest unit cost for the initial purchase, but it's about those flow-on effects. And let me give you a great example of the Mariong trains, the intercity fleet, as it was known, that was procured from Korea. It's now 5 years late and more than $4 billion over budget, because this ideological obsession with going offshore, seeking the lowest unit cost, has actually resulted in a much larger bill for the New South Wales taxpayer.
Well, that's a good question. You know, you say ideological. I don't know whether I agree with that or not. But in the end, what actually could potentially drive that from the opposition's point of view, in your view? I mean, I could redirect the question to the former finance minister here too, but I won't do that right now.
Yeah, look, I think we have a really different approach. We want to be able to support local jobs, local investment and local businesses, and we want to be able to do that explicitly within our tender processes by allowing for a local content weighting, and we think that that will actually give a level playing field for local contractors. Let me give you another example. I was out, I said earlier this week, with a great company that your supporters and members would probably be familiar, GME, who make emergency beacons and CB radios. I would probably call them walkie-talkies, but that's they make the safety, the level of safety requirements on these kind of life-saving devices, and the excellent work that they are doing out in the heart of Western Sydney, supporting jobs, a company that's
a good example, but how do they compete against Motorola, for example?
Exactly, and that's exactly what we were out there talking to them about, which is that they can't at the moment. They have a fantastic local business. They're employing hundreds of local workers with really highly advanced manufacturing in the heart of Western Sydney, but they can't access government contracts. And so what we are trying to do by taking local content into consideration and other a broader view of what value for money represents for the people of New South Wales, we want to be supporting businesses like GME, like Manufabbrication, like so many other hardworking small and medium-sized businesses who, to be frank, are survivors of the last 12 years of neglect by the previous government as they looked offshore instead of looking in our own backyard.
Well, that actually takes me to my next question. You did touch on it earlier, and that is, can you explain how this focus or refocus on local New South Wales jobs and small businesses is not contravening the Australian free trade obligations?
Yeah, so that's why we've crafted our two complementary policies of the Jobs First Commission and the if not, why not policy that we brought into effect through my ministerial direction earlier this week. The idea is that we will support local businesses, and I have to say I think it's a pretty elegant solution that balances the compliance that we have and the requirements under our free trade obligations, but obviously Australia's constitution when we're operating in isolation here, the unique history we have with New Zealand, but community expectations and what we see in other states, which is governments should look to their own local backyards.
But have you got a legal opinion already in relation to this?
Yes, we have.
Secretary, can you maybe throw a bit of light on that?
We do. We've taken advice from the Crown Solicitor's Office on the issues you raise, and as the Minister was describing, the three elements of the policy are designed to achieve the government's policy objective while not falling foul of Australia's international agreements.
Thank you. What weighting to local jobs and investment is accorded to local industry under the current procurement arrangements implemented and run by the previous government?
So as I provided you with a copy of the previous ministerial direction that we've repealed, they were actually prohibited from being taken into account. So any condition requiring the use of domestic content was actually outlawed by the previous government. We take a completely different approach. We think that we should be looking to local content and local content opportunities. And look, Mr. Borzak, like I said to you, we are not first movers. Every other state and territory is managing to balance their free trade obligations and support local industries, and we want to be doing the same.
Is that regardless of the flavour of the government? Labor or coalition?
Well, that's why we're going to be introducing legislation. We want to see this enshrined through the Parliament. We want this to be there for future generations. We actually think this should be an issue that's above politics. Everyone should be supporting local jobs and local investment.
Have you got a financial goal in mind in relation to the $42 billion that's the government spend? Is there a target you'd like to reach?
Yeah, so we certainly want to increase the proportion with small and medium-sized businesses and with local businesses. Part of the challenge that we have operating under the devolved procurement model is that we don't actually collect a lot of data centrally. In fact, almost no data. So that's part of the challenge. Once we start to map that, then we might start to set some targets.
So you don't actually have a target?
Not at this stage. At this stage, we actually need to just start collecting the information. We can't set a target when we don't know what our baseline figures are.
Well, that leads me to the next one then. In the 42 or 40 billion or whatever it was in previous years, do you know what the ratio of local placement was?
I'd have to take that one on notice, but
maybe you could produce something on that for us, please.
Yeah, look, I'd be happy to come back to you.
It'd be nice to be able to measure what your new policy is in the next 3 or 4 years compared to what the previous government's policy was, given what I've seen here in the procurement direction 2019.
Yeah. Look, and we would certainly want to be able to map that as well. I am hearing some whispers.
I think we're happy to try and come back to you this afternoon, Mr.
Oh, if you can do that, that'd be good. Yeah, thank you. You can get that moving.
Yep.
And now, just getting back to regional areas again, and my bias for the bush, but how will your value for money policy work in supporting employment and supporting regional economies and small businesses in those economies?
Yeah, so like I said to you earlier, Mr. Borzak, the feedback that I've certainly got has been pretty universal across Western Sydney, Sydney, and across regional New South Wales, that they want to be able to access government procurement dollars. And the other part, and you would know this yourself, Mr. Borzak, is often what local companies are looking to do before they can go offshore is actually to show a track record of procuring with their local government, so then they can find either international opportunities, international investment, or other international purchasing opportunities. But that track record with your local government is actually so crucial to that. But I have to say that feedback I've been hearing is universal right across the state. So as a first step, we'll introduce our local content policies, but I wouldn't rule out further things in the future.
Thank you. I'll come back.
Thank you, Mr. Borzak. Thank you, Minister. Minister, what is the New South Wales government doing, if anything, to benefit from the nascent medicinal cannabis and cannabis manufacturing industry that is emerging globally?
So thank you, Mr. Buckingham, for the question. This is certainly something that you have raised with me, and I know that you've got the, I'm going to mess up the name, the task force that you're working with Minister Moriarty on.
Yeah, that's the Hemp Industry Task Force.
Yes.
It's a totally different
Oh, okay,
area.
my apologies.
I'm talking about medicinal cannabis.
Yeah, so isn't there an upper house inquiry into this at the moment?
There's an inquiry into the regulatory framework for cannabis in New South Wales, that's right.
Okay. So, look, I mean, I would be open to any opportunities to rebuilding our domestic manufacturing. As I said earlier to Ms. Boyd, I mean, my focus really is in terms of the government procurement aspects of domestic manufacturing. I think as a first step to rebuild our manufacturing sector, we need to be looking how the government's spending its money and how we can be supporting those direct jobs, but then also those further 3.5 in the supply chain. But I'd be open to your feedback on this.
The global cannabis market at the moment is valued at $50 billion, legal cannabis at $50 billion, with a compounding annual growth rate of 34%. It's forecast by Fortune to be worth $450 billion by 2030, with the global market dominated by 81.7% of North American cannabis products. Are we missing out on one of the biggest export commodities, one of the biggest industries that's going to emerge globally probably in history in New South Wales. Are we capitalising on the opportunity to create a domestic agricultural and then manufacturing industry in New South Wales?
Yeah, I mean, those figures, I'm not familiar with them, but I'll take your word for it.
Do you think the government
Mr.
should be?
Buckingham. I think they're pretty compelling. I mean, like I've said to you, in terms of the immediate priorities that I have within my portfolio of domestic manufacturing and government procurement, it's really about the two kind of working together, but it sounds like there's an opportunity there.
Massachusetts has a population of 6 million, so it's about the same size as New South Wales, and it has 30,000 people working in their cannabis industry. A huge opportunity for us to transition some of our workforces out of, say, natural resources, like in the hunter. Is that something that the government is considering?
Look, I'm not aware of any immediate considerations, but I just, like I say to you, I think in relation to my specific portfolios, I'm not sure that it would cross over in relation to government procurement and domestic manufacturing, but
that's
it sounds like it's an
I'm talking
opportunity.
about post-mining land use in terms of the transition out of coal and other like heavy industries such as forestry into what will be one of the biggest global commodities traded in the incoming decades. That's not an opportunity that you think we should be taking right now?
Oh, look, I would be open to any opportunity for us to find future investment, future trade opportunities. I guess in terms of the targeting of government support, that would probably fall under, like I said earlier, Minister Chanthivong in relation to his industry policy. But we're going to be working closely together, and I'm happy to keep talking to you about it.
Is the government addicted to the revenue coming in from problem gamblers? Well, the point of consumption tax has gone from nothing to nearly $1 billion per annum. What's your view on the point of consumption tax? And have you done any forecasting as to where you expect it to go over the coming years?
Yeah, so I did see that you asked the Treasurer some questions in relation to this as well during his budget estimates, and I think the Treasury Secretary has helpfully provided me with his copy of the budget papers, but I know he's working closely with the Treasurer on this particular issue, might be well placed to provide you with an answer. There's no doubt that that taxes on gaming are a key source of income for the state, and in relation to the point of consumption tax, we have indicated a reform pathway, but I think I might just
I don't think I've got anything to add, Mr. Buckingham, to the discussion at the Treasurer's estimates on this one.
But aren't you concerned that revenue that's coming into state government coffers is based on the problem gamblers and the harm that causes in the community in terms of loss of employment, family breakdown, its interrelationship with domestic violence and the like? Do you have any concern that the government is getting rich of problem gamblers and not doing anything ostensibly to limit that in terms of supporting moves to ban online gambling ads?
Yeah, so there was a few different parts to that question. I would just make this point: yes, we are reliant on the limited sources of revenue that we have due to the vertical fiscal imbalance that we face as a state. We do have a range of programs that are in place to support problem gambling, and Minister Harris would be well placed to provide you with some more evidence around those. But there is no doubt that the state, as the Treasurer said the other day, that the state has taken the view that it is better to regulate these industries and then provide the tax revenue to the people of New South Wales rather than simply allowing them to occur.
Where does the Treasury and Revenue New South Wales forecast the POC to be in 4 years' time?
As contained in page 4-7 of Budget Paper 1, We think the POC will raise $358 million in 2027-28, and gambling and betting taxes as a whole about $4 billion. That's about $4 billion of around $120 billion in revenue. So it's not insignificant, but it is a relatively small part of our overall revenues.
Thank you. Minister, on 18th of June 2024, you said that you were in the final stages of finalising the critical mineral strategy, and that when that was done, you would, and I quote, turn to updating the statement on coal. Last Wednesday, the 28th of August, the Premier said you were, and I quote, in the midst of rewriting the coal statement, and that the government had made clear to proponents of coal mines, and that the Barilaro statement will be replaced in the incoming government's view. Can you confirm that you're in the midst of this review?
Yeah, so we've certainly begun the preparations to start reviewing the former government's strategic statement on coal and mining exploration. The first tranche of that work is really about mapping the coal industry's current and future states, and we released that as part of the Future Jobs and Investment consultation paper. For the first time, we mapped those planning approvals for coal mines, and just to give us a sense of what is the future expectations. Now, we obviously need to map those against the IEA's projections about what's going to happen to global demand, but we are certainly going to do this carefully and make sure that it's a data-informed approach.
The government has modelled that against the STEPS, the IEA's STEPS model. Why haven't you modelled it on the basis of the APS or NZE models?
No, sorry, Mr. Buckingham, you may have misunderstood it, and maybe I wasn't clear in what I said. We have mapped the planning closure date, the planning approvals that are as they are existing within the existing system. And look, and I would also say, as part of that, for example, we've mapped that the Integra mine is due to close in 2035. The company took the decision to close that mine early. There's going to be a range of different decisions, but for the first time we have mapped what those planning approvals are, what's the time frame and the horizon that we're looking at. Now, I expect that as part of the strategic statement on coal, we would consider things like the IEA projections. But
which one of those projections?
Yeah, and there is... I'm not going to rule things in or out here, Mr. Buckingham. We have just begun the preparations to start reviewing that. And if you have feedback, I would be happy to take that on board. But we've begun those conversations in government.
And have you had any of those conversations with third parties, the Minerals Council?
No, not at this stage.
And what's the plan for public consultation around those?
Yeah,
around that statement? Is there any... Will there be public consultation? Will there be an opportunity for community feedback into that important policy document?
Yeah, so we haven't formulated exactly what that will look like yet. But I think it's important that we just want to we want to begin the discussions across government so that we can make those meaningful conversations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, has your office or yourself had any discussions with with Mr. Borzak's office about the questions he would ask you in estimates this morning?
I'm sorry, Mr. Trudeau?
Have your office or you had any discussions with Mr. Borzak about the questions he would ask you in estimates this morning?
I have a range of conversations with Mr. Borzak.
Point of order's been taken. Mr. Lawrence on point of order.
Struggling just to conveniently have this table in multiple copies.
Struggling to see how that's relevant to...
Funny about that, I can actually read a media release, which you said you didn't have.
I mean, a question is judged.
Funny about that, isn't it?
Order,
there it is
Mr.
there.
Borzak.
There it is there.
Order,
you guys
please.
Didn't you have the media release?
Mr. Borzak, please. I'm trying to listen to Mr. Lawrence.
Just genuinely struggling to understand how the answer to that question could be relevant to the task before us, which is to inquire into the budget. And a question is to be judged on the basis of the question, and then an answer as the answer. In terms of going into who's talked to who or whatever.
Who drafted
it's a
your questions?
Very strange, and I would suggest irrelevant
Not the
question.
minister's
Well,
office.
I'm not going to uphold the point of order because it may be strange, but it's I think within the remit of the weird. But it may. I think it is in the remit of this hearing and this inquiry. So I'll allow the question.
So I'm happy to tell Mr. Tudor Hope that I regularly engage with Mr. Borzak and with large numbers. In fact, I think I try and engage with all of the crossbench about key announcements. The announcement that I made on Tuesday is going to be presented to the Parliament for consideration, and I would invite you, Mr. Tudor Hope, to support that legislation as well in order to support local businesses and local investment and local jobs.
Sorry, a point of order.
The relevance of this answer asks a specific question about the questions, about discussions with Mr. Borzak about the questions he would ask in estimates this morning.
Further to the point of order.
I think this is a classic example of not getting the answer that you want,
No.
but it's clearly relevant.
Classic.
No, I will uphold the point of order that it was a very specific question. The Minister had provided some context and answered, and then I think was straying beyond relevance. So I'd ask the Minister to come back to the direct question or conclude.
Do you have a question, Mr. Tudor Hope?
I did.
She concluded.
It's the same question. Did you have any, you or your office, have any discussions with Mr. Borzak about the questions he would ask in estimates this morning?
You can keep asking me the same questions, and I'm going to give you the same answer.
Just answer it.
Which
It's
is,
a yes
I
or
talked to
no.
Mr. Borzak all
So you
day.
did. So yes, that's a yes.
I've engaged
Order.
with Ms.
That's a
Fairman on a
yes.
range of issues. I've talked to Mr. Buckingham about issues that are going to appear before the Parliament, and I would certainly welcome the opportunity to speak to you in detail about the steps we had to
been
take
found
to
out.
overturn your ministerial direction
Thank you.
when you were in government.
I'll move on, Minister. The answer
I think
is
that's a
yes.
yes, Damien. Yeah.
So that's fine. Minister, would you be prepared
What
to
a farce.
table the legal advice you obtained in relation to compliance with the New South Wales's obligations under free trade agreements?
Well, Mr. Tudor Hope is a former finance minister. You know that's
You're not going
that's
to?
the
Well, let me ask you this.
Order, Mr. Tudor Hope. The Minister had said 4 words.
She told me what the answer was.
I didn't hear an answer.
Well,
She said, well, Mr. Tudor Hope,
as a
Mr.
former
Tudor Hope,
finance minister.
I, 4. So, like,
As a former
please
finance
allow the
minister,
minister.
you would know.
You would know. Well, that's not a complete answer. So please,
Also saw the
Mr.
secretary.
Tudor,
shake
please
his
let
head,
the
so-
minister answer the question.
Another matter
Minister, you have the
entirely.
call.
Thank you. Well, in fact, the Secretary was shaking his head, and perhaps he could provide a considered response to a rather ridiculous
the government
question.
wants to retain the protections of
Yes.
legal privilege and
Well,
wants to retain its legal advice.
Thank you.
As is consistent practice, as was under your government,
Minister,
Mr. Tudor Hope.
you'll be aware, of course, that
Order.
Clause
Dr. Kane.
5 of Article
Not your
4
turn.
of the World Trade
Oh,
Organisation
Sarah, really?
Agreement on Government Procurement, to which Australia remains a signatory, explicitly prohibits discrimination against suppliers on the basis of the origin of goods and services. The very words you have deleted in respect of the current direction 2009 in relation to enforceable procurement provisions. So you've deleted that.
Yes.
That is a specific provision, are you aware, contained in that agreement.
We're clever enough
So
to do this.
it goes on, Minister. Clause 6 explicitly prohibits offsets. The next section which you have articulately said was an elegant solution. So tell in
So
relation.
point of order, Chair. I actually am having trouble hearing because of the constant interjections from the members of the government. Could you call them to order, please?
Yes, Mrs. Mitchell. Interjections are disorderly at all times, so please desist.
Bit of decorum.
But I will
I uphold
resist.
the point of order. Thank you,
Sorry.
So
Dr. Kane.
in respect of both those provisions, they are specifically, and the wording used in the current general principles of procurement, Part 3, is specifically what a reproduction of the obligations Australia has in respect of the World Trade Organisation agreement. Do you say that you have contacted the Department of Foreign Affairs in respect of the amendment to that direction?
So, are you reading from a document there, Mr. Trudeau?
Oh, I know what the provision contains.
No, I asked you, are you reading from a document?
Well, no, I'm reading a question from a document.
Oh, you're reading a question that someone else has written for you?
Well,
Order.
Not your office.
It myself, and I definitely didn't ask you to write it for me, Minister, because you have no capacity. But anyway.
Point of order.
I don't need to hear the point of order. Mr. Tudor Hope, you will withdraw that.
Well, she should withdraw. The
Order, Mr. Tudor Hope. I'm asking
That's
you
adverse
to withdraw that.
I won't.
Wait, you're on 2 calls of order.
I remind you, Mr. Tudor Hope, that you are on 2 calls to order. You did say that this minister has no capacity.
Could I
That is an adverse reflection.
And
it's clearly not treating the minister or anyone else.
Well, I withdraw. Will the minister
So
withdraw?
can I just make a point of order? I thought that
There's
there was no
no-
capacity to
I
withdraw.
asked
You
if you
ruled
were
out.
Order,
reading
Mrs. Mitchell.
It's
Mrs.
a
Mitchell.
genuine point of order, Chair.
I haven't finished ruling on that. So you withdraw?
Yes.
Thank you.
Is there capacity to do that, Chair? You've said earlier in the hearing that there wasn't a capacity to withdraw when I asked the Minister to withdraw her reflection on Mr.
I got some
Trudeau.
further advice, and I can ask. So
Okay,
I did
thank you.
in the
Just
interim.
wanted
I did get some advice,
So to a point
and
of
I
order.
can, but I cannot like after the fact. I can only do it at the time, and so the time has passed. So I
Time has come.
The time has come. He's withdrawn. So that was
So
his
the
point of
earlier
order.
reflection can't be withdrawn.
So to the point of order to the minister's response, can I ask the minister to withdraw the suggestion that I did not write these questions?
No, I asked if you were reading from a document
No, you
and if you could
suggested-
provide me with a copy of the document.
You suggested I didn't write them myself.
You did.
Further to the point of order, it's hardly adverse reflection to suggest that a person of Mr. Tudor Hope's stature might not have written his own questions. He's got a large office that I assume assists him with all sorts of things. Not adverse
You used to have a large
reflection. It's
office.
adverse
Do you
reflection to
understand-
suggest that
Well,
I'm not going to ask the minister to withdraw
good.
that.
Pretty
Please
soon
proceed,
ministerial-
Mr.
So, Minister,
Tudor Hope.
have you sought advice from the
like this.
Department of Fair Trading in relation to, from the Department of Foreign Affairs in relation to the amendment to the World Trade Organisation agreement?
So, Mr. Tudor Hope, you were reading from a document, and I just wanted to verify what that document was that you were reading from, and you were
Is this
quoting.
responsive to my question?
Oh, I just asked you. You had a long lead into your question then.
Because he's smart and he can ask a question.
Order, Mr. Mitchell.
Because he's smart.
Well, he is.
I'll pay
Order.
that one. I'll pay that one.
Probably capable of drafting a
Well, I
question.
don't need the minister's office to make my questions for me.
Order.
That's a pretty
Order.
outrageous allegation.
Which you
Order.
didn't deny.
Look,
Was there a question?
Yeah, I'm not.
I asked the minister, and I'll repeat it for the fourth
Please
time.
do, for the benefit of
Did you obtain
everyone.
advice from the Department of Foreign Affairs in relation to the amendment to the procurement directions as to the compliance with our obligations under the WTO agreement on government
Mr. Tudor
procurement?
Hope, as a former finance minister responsible for procurement, I'm sure you would be aware that New South Wales is one of the only, if not the only, jurisdiction in New South Wales that does not have a local content policy. And a similar policy in Victoria, the establishment of their Jobs First Commission down there has seen tens of thousands of local jobs supported through these kinds of initiatives. So you're doubling down on your ideological approach and losing valuable local jobs.
You're the minister.
We have already outlined that we sought legal advice in relation to our free trade obligations to implement our policies and do this in a careful and a considered way. This isn't something that This is an important policy document that will support local jobs and local investment and local workers, and it's something that I've got to say across the community.
I'm not quibbling with you, Minister. I'm
Across
just
the
saying,
community,
did you get
there's
advice?
broad support.
Did you get advice?
Order.
We got legal advice.
No,
We've just
did you
canvassed
from
that.
From the
We've
Department of
just
Foreign Affairs.
canvassed that.
From the Department of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Tudor Hope, in formulating this policy, we also looked to other jurisdictions. Go to Victoria. Go to Queensland, go to Western Australia, and look at the
well
policies
aware
that
of
they
jurisdictions.
and when
well
you
aware
were the
of other
minister,
jurisdictions.
you took the deliberate decision to enshrine your ideology in a ministerial direction that outlawed local content,
To, in
that
fact,
failed to
comply with our
support local
obligations under the
businesses,
under the
that
WTO
failed to
agreement.
support local
comply
jobs
with our
and
obligations.
local
Order.
investment.
Mr. Tudorhope.
So, did you obtain DFAT advice?
We came up with, as I have said on numerous occasions, a nuanced and a sophisticated response to balance out international free trade obligations
pretty easy
with
question.
local content.
So, Minister, how do you define a local New South Wales supplier?
I'm glad you asked me that question, Mr. Tudorhope. So this is where I've talked this morning about how
write it
our
for you, Mr. Tudorhope?
complementary,
Mr. Borzak.
our complementary policies of the If Not, Why Not policy and the Jobs First Commission will work together. Under our If Not, Why Not policy, under the ministerial direction that I issued this week, government agencies for the first time will be required to report if they don't spend contracts over $7.5 million with a local supplier. That's the first step on any tender process. Now, you would be aware, Mr. Tudorhope, that we are part of a country, we have international free trade obligations, as you have just asked me about. We have balanced those. So under the legislation, local content, as is broadly accepted to be, will be considered within Australia and New Zealand. But the requirement at the start of the process that says if you're not tendering to a New South Wales supplier and to disclose that, means that we are going to ensure, and we are absolutely committed to doing, is supporting local jobs, local business and local investment.
So can it be someone who has a residence in New South Wales, someone who has an ABN in New South Wales, someone who has a head office in New South Wales? What is it that qualifies you to be a local supplier?
Yeah, exactly. So these are the specifics that we are working through, and perhaps I might get the secretary or the deputy secretary just to provide a bit more context about that.
Colleagues, did you want to chip in on this?
Sure, I'm happy to chip in, and then my colleague.
Well, no, I'll come back in the afternoon.
Okay.
If the minister isn't able to give that answer. So,
well, no, these are
Mr. Secretary-
operational
Mr.
details
Secretary-
that are appropriately referred to.
Mr. Secretary, can I just ask you a question, just going back to DFAT advice? Were you directed to obtain DFAT advice?
We have engaged with Commonwealth colleagues, and we've engaged with the Cabinet Office, who manages New South Wales' interjurisdictional relationships with the Commonwealth, and we will continue to talk to Commonwealth colleagues as we put operational detail to some of the policy.
So have they given you advice in relation to whether this specific amendment complies with our obligations under the World Trade Agreement?
I wouldn't want to put words in the mouth of my Commonwealth colleagues. As the Minister said, we've taken our own legal advice.
So they let me just be clear in relation to the answer in relation to this, is that you have had communications with the Commonwealth.
We don't have a view either way from the Commonwealth.
So nothing from the Commonwealth.
No.
Have you put this proposal to the amendment to this direction to the Commonwealth?
We are in discussions with Commonwealth agencies.
Have you put the proposal?
I'd need to take that on notice. I haven't been involved in those discussions, but I'm happy to take it on notice and come back to you.
So I'll take it on notice. I know that you're taking it on notice. So
You're asking whether we put the specific wording of the Minister's direction to the Commonwealth as opposed to discuss the government's policy objectives, and they are different things.
Well, has this wording been put to the Commonwealth?
No, we've taken advice internally from Crown Sols and in discussion with the Cabinet Office.
Minister, did you seek ICAC's advice before drafting this policy?
No.
And you don't share the same concerns that they have, that local procurement is of little benefit because when it comes to local content of suppliers, they already have lower transport costs and business overheads. You don't share their concerns?
Are you reading from the ICAC submission to the Upper House inquiry, or are you reading from their transcript that then they came and appeared before the inquiry? I'm not sure. Are you a member of that inquiry, Mr. Rath? Yeah, so I think there was a range of evidence that was taken from the ICAC, but I certainly take this opportunity to commend the important work of the procurement inquiry and the way that it's informing our broader agenda.
That was my question. My question was, do you share the same concerns as ICAC?
And you asked me these questions in estimates last time, and we canvassed that at length, and I said that I would respond to the Upper House inquiry that's chaired so ably by Dr. Kane, and I understand that ICAC presented a slightly different approach in their evidence before the inquiry.
Ms. Forbes, what is the current view in relation to New South Wales procurement and its current definition of value for money? Secretary?
Well, Ms. Forbes has been in the role a couple of weeks, so let's perhaps we might just give her a moment to.
Well, it's a balance of financial and non-financial factors that, in response to Mr. Borzak's questioning earlier, we canvassed, but happy to canvass again.
Well, you'd agree with, would you agree that it does, that non-monetary considerations are taken into account? And I think you go.
Yes, no, absolutely.
And in many respects, the new arrangement, which has been identified by the Minister in her press release, by and large is covered by the current position, is it not, in respect of the manner in which procurement is carried out by the New South Wales government?
No, this is a significant change.
Well, tell me which of the current directions in relation to procurement is different.
Well, it's obviously the interaction between the government's policy objectives and the constraints of the enforceable procurement provision. I'm sorry. So the changes the Minister has directed us to make, in combination with the three policies that she's outlined, do present a very significant change to the way we approach consideration of local supply. There's no doubt of that.
Well,
it is more directive. It is more. There is more accountability within the system to explain, if not, why not. There is a clear capacity, in fact, a requirement to consider up to 30% of evaluation linked to dimensions of local supply. They are big changes, and it's going to take some implementation within our system.
Well, for example, one of the things that that is now obliged to take into account is supplier conduct. Is that not?
Yeah.
Something which the Minister has, in fact, highlighted that she would take into account supplier conduct.
Well, I've got the Minister right here.
No, I'm asking you, Mr. Secretary.
Well, the Minister's announced, for example, the proposal to establish the capacity to bar, on the recommendations of the ICAC and its Operation Hector, the capacity to prohibit suppliers from dealing with government as opposed to more limited constraints on dealing with
if you go to
suppliers whose conduct is of concern.
If you go to clause 12 of the current direction, what additional things are you including over and above what's contained in clause 12?
Well, sorry, just in relation to that question, Mr. Tudor, can I just say the reason why we are investigating a debarment scheme for the first time is because under the existing provisions, the only thing that an individual government agency can do is end an individual contract or take an individual supplier off their procurement panel. We want a whole of government approach, and I accept, as the Treasury Secretary has said, we have a fundamentally different approach when it comes to procurement.
No, we don't.
We have a fundamentally different approach. You refuse to support local businesses. You refuse to support local investment. In fact, you outlawed it in your own ministerial direction.
What about the SME policy and the Aboriginal procurement policy? What about all those policies which were supporting regional businesses?
And actually providing consequences for dodgy suppliers across government.
That's
Not
right.
just individual
Don't worry,
agencies,
we'll explore it.
not just
People will
individual
give us
suppliers,
answers.
not just individual tender panels.
Thank you.
We'll explore it later.
Mr. Borzak on a point of order.
My time's obviously being wasted here.
Yes, the time for questions from the opposition is concluded.
do I ask
Now
the
we'll
next?
have 10 minutes of questions from Mr.
Ones
Borzak,
that the minister-
and then
Questions
10
and
minutes
no
of questions
answers.
from the Greens.
The ones that the minister's
Will
written.
I,
Order!
Very nice.
Chair, I'd like to actually table this media release that was generally available last Tuesday that the opposition didn't have.
We have.
We've got it.
Thank you.
That's been tabled.
I
Thank
just
you
thought it
very
was
much.
convenient the minister
I
had
think it's
multiple
been tabled
copies to
twice.
respond to.
It's been tabled twice.
That's
even
twice, so everyone's got a copy.
Well, that-
I come
What about
prepared.
autograph
Totally
copies?
cool.
We already, Chair, we already
Order.
have a copy,
we
so
already
we
have a
don't need
copy.
it.
We've got it.
Order! Everyone's got a copy. That's it.
Everyone's got a copy, that's great.
So we
Since
don't need
since
it.
he was
He's
attempting,
already tabled it.
Mr. Tudo was attempting
You'd like
to
it, but you haven't
adversely
seen it.
mention me.
You haven't
Save
seen
the
it.
paper.
That's what made
Order! Mr. Tudor Hope, stop, please.
I can actually write my own questions.
Yeah, Mr. Borzak, please ask a question.
Minister, establishing a Jobs First Commission, how will that work and interact with the Procurement Board?
Yeah, so that's an excellent question. Our Jobs First Commission will be a new government body that is set up, and as part of the response to the procurement inquiry that I've referenced many times this morning, led by Dr. Kane, we will be considering how these two will interact. It's clear to me that there needs to be additional capacity across government, and as I alluded to in my previous answer, the previous approach of simply a devolved, siloed, individual government agencies operating separately is not one that we want to take, and that's why, as a first step, we're going to, in legislation, establish the Jobs First Commission. Further changes or reforms to the Procurement Board is certainly something that we're considering as we respond to the Upper House inquiry into the procurement.
So what you're saying is you haven't landed on that yet?
That's right.
Okay, all right, thank you.
But we are actively considering it, I should say.
Thank you. You say you'll mandate 30% local content weighting for tenders worth more than $7.5 million. How will that actually be measured? And what is the definition in those terms of local content?
Yeah, so as I said to Mr. Tudor Hope, and as the Secretary outlined in previous answers, there are a range of considerations that will be included in that. In terms of the local content requirements in the legislation, it will be with what the industry expects it to be, which is around the rest of Australia, and it will also include New Zealand, just given our free trade obligations and our unique historical relationship that we have with New Zealand, and indeed our obligations under the Australian Constitution. This is why our if not, why not policy is so important, because at the start of the tender process, government agencies will be required to say if they're not procuring from a New South Wales supplier. And at the very start of the process, we will be encouraging agencies and putting that in place to require them to try and find a local New South Wales supplier as a very first step.
Thank you. Minister, why not just lower the bar from 7.5 to 1 or 2 million, and also weight it for suppliers outside of Sydney?
Look, these are great suggestions and certainly something we can take on board. What we're doing is releasing an exposure draft of the legislation. We want to hear feedback. The reason why we set it at $7.5 million is because that would capture about 85% of government contracts that are currently issued. We obviously have to balance the requirements about increasing the burden on businesses who are seeking to engage with government, and then also trying to get that threshold right. But I'd certainly take any evidence that bar should be lowered or increased. I would be open to those conversations.
Thank you. Just looking now at the local skills guarantee, I see that in your media release as well for those that can read. Minister, relating to apprentices, how will that be measured and also guaranteed?
Yeah, so this will, in legislation, require 20% of the trades workforce on government contracts over $7.5 million to be apprentices. And what we saw under the previous government, I think it was half the number of apprentices were completing their studies after 12 years of the previous government. We absolutely have to rebuild our TAFE network, and that's what the Premier is out in Western Sydney talking about with the Minister for Skills today. It's something we have frequent conversations about. It's a massive break on our economy, is the fact that we don't have that local source of skilled labour being able to do that. And we think an important lever we can pull is with government procurement and requiring on those contracts, those trades workforces to be employing apprentices.
So you've set a target of 1,000 apprentices. Is that 1,000 increase over what period of time, or?
No, so the requirement will be that we have a number of different government election commitments in this space. This is a requirement on government procurement tenders over $7.5 million that would require 20% of their trades workforce to be apprentices.
Okay. Well, I thought I read somewhere there that you were talking about at least having a target of 1,000. But anyway.
I unhelpfully did not bring a copy of my media release. I apologise.
All right, that's okay.
Oh, it's all right. Someone did.
We've got
So this was a helpful quote from my colleague, Minister Wan, who was with me on Tuesday at GME, and said that this sits alongside our commitment to deliver 1,000. Right. Yeah.
He talked about it in his hearing yesterday too.
It's in his quote. That's right.
Yeah, so this is alongside that.
You mentioned TAFEs. And I know that's in I think it's Mr. Wan's brief. But what's your understanding of what's going to happen with TAFEs? Because in a lot of cases, certainly in regional areas, TAFEs are simply not available anymore for the sort of trades that we need. And there have been years and years of complaints coming to my office where people have to actually break off their work and go to Newcastle and stay there for 3 or 4 days and then come home again. How is this going to work? Is this going to make it worse, or is it going to make it better?
Look, and this is why I'm engaging closely with my ministerial colleagues on this issue. This is a huge challenge, and indeed one that I pursued when I was on the other side in these kinds of hearings, because the previous government, instead of investing in TAFE, was more interested in selling off TAFE sites and closing TAFE campuses. So that's the legacy that we as a government, but particularly Minister Wan, has inherited. But things like our commitment to deliver 1,000 additional apprentices, things like using our government procurement dollars and requiring local apprenticeships, we believe these are important levers that we can be complementary levers that can be pulled by the government.
How will name and shame operate?
Yeah, so this is one of the powers that we're going to give to the Jobs First Commission, where they're going to be charged with implementing our policy, with monitoring, and then ultimately with the enforcement provisions. But in relation to the naming and shaming, I might just hand over, that's quite an operational issue, so I might just hand over to the Secretary.
And I might hand to Ms. Forbes or Ms. Campbell.
Yep. I'm happy to sort of take that. So the if not, why not?
Ms. Forbes, can I ask that you bring one of those microphones a little closer, or just point it at your mouth, and then we'll hear you loud and clear.
Is that better?
That is much better.
Okay. In relation to the if not, why not provision, essentially it's a requirement for agencies to report to government if a New South Wales supplier was available, why they did not use that supplier.
I think Mr. Borzak's question was the capacity to name firms that have fallen short of expected levels of behaviour.
Yeah, that was it.
Yes.
That's why he's secretary.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So the debarment scheme, essentially there are some details to be developed in the future policy, but there will be publishing of poor conduct There is a degree of development of that because it is quite a technical scheme. So that will be a matter for government and for future policy development.
So Minister, interrupt you for a second. If there is non-performance on the contracts, what are the sanctions apart from naming and shaming?
If there's so the way I might just jump
of
in.
course.
So there is a scheme operating in WA, and the way it operates is if there's serious misconduct, then the relevant supplier is prevented from engaging in any contract across WA. So that's sort of the real difference. Rather than contract-specific exclusions, the debarment will apply across sort of potential.
So you'd obviously want the existing contract finished, but then what you're saying is you'll exclude them in the future. Is that...
So this is the debarment scheme that we're looking at in concert as part of the reform package.
I mean, naming and shaming doesn't really mean all that much unless you can put a financial
and we think it's
cost on
important
it.
that there's an escalating set of consequences if you don't comply with that. I just say these are serious provisions. They obviously have significant consequences for businesses, and we'll be engaging as we develop those in consultation with the business community. We want to be able to implement the policies, but we want to make sure that they're implemented appropriately as well.
I think I've come to the end of my time, but I'll table some more questions for a written answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Borzak. Thank you, Minister. Ms. Higginson.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Minister. Minister, you know that in March this year, the Gomeroi traditional owners won their appeal in the Federal Court of Australia against the Narrabri gas project. The Chief Judge said that the tribunal, the Native Title Tribunal, should have taken into account the public interest in the mitigation of climate change when they made their decision. So the tribunal now has to remake its decision. So can you confirm that the New South Wales government, as a state party, in August this year asked the tribunal to consider new evidence, being the Commonwealth's future of gas strategy and the accompanying analytical report? Is that what your government asked the tribunal to do?
So in relation to, we did canvass these issues a little bit earlier with Mr Buckingham in relation to the gas project, and I did talk about the native title.
But this is very specific. This is about your government being a model litigant. Did you ask them to take into account the Commonwealth's future of gas strategy?
So in relation to that specific submission that was made, I might just pass to the Deputy Secretary who is working closely on that matter.
It's very much a yes or no. Did you provide that strategy to the proceedings for them to consider the Commonwealth's future of gas strategy?
Ms Higginson, I believe that may be the case, but I'd have to take it on notice.
Thank you. And so did you also ask the tribunal to consider your own government's May 2024 statement on climate change, given the federal court told the tribunal they have to take into account the climate change impacts, the public interest in climate change?
Ms Higginson, these matters are before the tribunal. They're ongoing. We're a party to these.
Did you provide this government's climate change statement in 2024, the most relevant government piece of information to assist the tribunal?
I'll have to take that on notice.
Thank you. Can I just ask, in the event you haven't, because I don't think you have, why would you take such a partisan approach? Rather than assisting the court and being a model litigant, why would you assist Santos only by providing a gas strategy and not the government's position on climate change, which is to reduce emissions as quickly as we can?
I think, Mr Buckingham, that's a hypothetical question.
No, I'm asking why you haven't done that. Why have you not acted as a model litigant?
So Ms Beattie has taken the question on notice to see whether that documentation has been provided. You've then asked a question to say why did we then take that course of action. We just need to verify. This is obviously individual submissions that have been made in a court case. We don't want to mislead the committee and its
Minister,
deliberations.
I put it to you, you didn't provide the climate change strategy. I am putting it to you, Minister, you didn't provide the climate change strategy and your document, and I ask you why haven't you? Why haven't you?
been taken, Dr. Kane?
Chair, the Minister has indicated that I think the original question has been taken on notice to confirm whether confirm whether that's the case. To keep suggesting otherwise is unreasonable.
It's about First Nations justice. Move along.
Order.
Hey,
Higginson.
Drop the sarcasm.
Order. Stop the
Pick up your
interjections,
name
Mr.
tag.
Donnelly.
It's on the floor, Mr.
I'm
No,
listening
here
to
it
Dr. Kane's point of order, which is...
That the Minister has already answered that this question has been taken on notice,
I've asked the new
and
question,
they're
Chair.
prepared to answer to provide that evidence.
I'll just take your
and
time up,
the
so.
rest, I don't.
No, I don't uphold the point of
Thank
order.
you.
Though it was a new question.
Thank you.
That
Minister, I'd
related
put it
the
to
mi-
you,
the
you
Minister's
didn't
previous
provide
answer.
the government's policy statement on climate change and the need for the whole of government to urgently reduce emissions. Why wouldn't you do that?
Okay, you've asked me a specific question about an individual submission that's made in a tribunal. I think it's probably best for me to refer to the Deputy Secretary about whether that was provided or not.
Well, I'm saying it hasn't been, so why haven't you?
Okay, but you're asserting that, Ms. Higginson, and I'm not aware of what
The Minister's referring it to the Deputy Secretary, so...
Thank you, Chair. Ms Higginson, I don't have the details in front of me today of what was provided. I'm also very cautious that this is a matter before the tribunal, of which we're a party to that. So I think the best thing today is for me to take that on notice.
Thank you. I'd be very grateful. Thank you.
More from you, Ms. Fairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, you said this morning in relation to McPhillamy's mine that the government's committed to finding and assisting as best we can this project to navigate through interactions with the New South Wales government. That makes a mockery of the planning process, doesn't it?
No.
So what does navigate through interactions with the New South Wales government mean?
So that means that we believe that, well, as the project has proceeded through the Independent Planning Commission, and I would say that's a very robust planning process, and that that has made a range of assessments. We think that this $1 billion project, after receiving independent assessment, should go ahead, and we've been really clear about that. And so now, as the company considers how to now navigate the system, then we will engage with them.
You're aware, I assume, with something like a gold mine, that a tailings dam is a significant part of that mine in terms of the environmental impact, the impact on water, biodiversity, cultural heritage. It is a significant part. So if it's going to be relocated, would have to be reassessed in terms of all of those impacts. Is it not fair to say that you are sending an extremely strong signal that whatever location comes up in terms of that tailings dam, don't reject it?
No, I would say that sorry, you asked me a series of questions then, and I just want to be really clear about what I'm answering. I absolutely understand that the tailings storage facility is a large proportion of the mine. I understand that moving that is a significant undertaking, and that's certainly been that's my understanding, and it's certainly been conveyed to me by the CEO of Regis Resources when he met with myself and the Secretary of the Premier's Department. That's also the cause for the delay, is that there are a range of studies that they would need to undertake as part of that process. And I believe we have a robust planning regime in New South Wales, and we would conform with that planning regime. But those studies need to be undertaken. Okay. It's not a simple thing of
3 minutes.
Locating in a different place.
So why, Minister, do you know why your government is so intent on propping up the McPhillamy's project, which just 5 months ago was being reported in the Australian Financial Review as potentially dead by market analysts because of cost blowouts?
So I would say, Ms. Fairman, that we want to send a really clear message for that we are open for business, that we want investment in critical minerals and in high-tech metals. You and I both know that these are crucial for our clean energy future, and that a range of projects are currently underway. We want to be supporting that and providing a stable investment environment for those projects to come.
Essentially,
and
what's
invest
happened here, this is all set a very, very big precedent, hasn't it? That no other mine project should be rejected in New South Wales. This is what this is all about. It's sending a very big signal to the so-called Independent Planning Commission and the Planning Department not to reject anything.
Well, I would reject the premise of your question where you say it's a so-called independent process. It is an independent process. It's an independent assessment that takes into consideration a range of environmental and cultural practices. And yes, it is appropriate that the government of the day would set its broader policy, and we want to be encouraging investment. In New South Wales, we've discussed this before, in New South Wales we have a history of mining, a long history of mining across a range of different minerals and resources that operate close to communities, and
Minister,
we have a robust planning system.
Stephen Galilee from the New South Wales Minerals Council about the decision.
And we have a robust planning system in
Mr.
place
Galilee?
in order to protect those communities. Yeah, I have regular interactions with the Minerals Council. I met with the CEO of Regis Resources. I meet with a range of different companies.
Did he speak to you after this decision, urging you to do everything you can to make the project go ahead?
I engaged with industry, as I do regularly, engaged with industry after a significant decision like this was made, yes.
When you're referring to critical minerals, so gold isn't on the critical mineral list at the state or federal level. The vast majority of gold from McPhillamy's mine, do you know where that's going?
So you're right to assert that gold is not on the critical minerals and high-tech metals list. As I said earlier, we had extensive questioning about this issue. Gold is usually located with copper, so we often talk about it together.
Yes, do you know where, in terms of the McPhillamy's mine itself, where that gold is heading?
No, I'm not aware specifically of where that is, but what I am aware of is
that's
that
what
there's
you're
$1
talking about in the
billion
media release. In the media release, you're saying the global supply chain for clean energy products.
Well, Ms. Fairman, you can ask me questions. There's $1 billion of investment. There's 800
it's jewellery
local
and investment.
jobs.
91% of the gold coming out of McPhillamy's is going into gold billions for jewellery and investment.
Well, I will take that as a comment, Ms. Fairman, and that concludes the questions from the Greens. We now have time for some questions, a question or two from the opposition. Mr. Tudor.
Mr. Secretary, there is already a training and diversity in construction memorandum in relation to skills and training in place, is there not?
Yes, I think that's correct.
And it's for contracts $10 million or over, is that not the case?
I need to check the record, but
take it from me. It is. So effectively, all the announcement from the Minister is to drop a figure from $10 million to $7.5 million in relation to that training requirement, is it not?
Mr. Chair, if I'd just like to intervene at that point and say this is different. There may be a policy in place. We are putting this into legislation. We are saying that under our Jobs First Commission legislation, there will be a requirement for 20% of the trades workforce on contracts over $7.5 million to be enshrined in legislation. We don't think this should be overturned. And I don't know why this is so controversial, Mr. Tudor-Hope. I can't see why you can't support enshrining apprenticeships and local content in legislation. I welcome your support in the Parliament of this legislation.
In place, and I just say it's not a novel idea in your brain, is it? Just can I get some more understanding in relation to the 30% weighting? Why haven't you done that already? Why haven't you amended the direction at the moment, or given a direction in respect to the 30% local content weighting?
Because I want to enshrine it in legislation, Mr. Tudor-Hope. I think this is such an important... I think this is such an important issue that we should be enshrining it so that your ideological zealotry can no longer be pursued across the people of New South Wales.
What is the ideological zealotry?
That you refuse to allow any local content.
Well, no.
You refuse to allow any local content. It's here in black and white. I tabled it for the committee.
Well,
thank you, Minister. Unfortunately, Mr. Tudor-Hope, that was your 2 minutes gone. The question I have, Minister, is the last exploration wells for appraisal in Pell 238 within the Narrabri gas project footprint were drilled in 2014. Santos has had a decade to appraise the gas for quality and quantity, and on the 19th of September 2023, Santos informed stakeholders that they have sufficient information from appraising existing wells to make a final investment decision. My questions are, is the government receiving royalties from Santos for gas being used to generate electricity at Wilga Park Power Station? And does the government accept that Santos is no longer appraising the gas wells from wells in the Narrabri gas project area and is extracting the gas for the sole purpose of generating electricity and profit?
So, Mr. Buckingham, I might take the specifics of that question on notice in relation to the royalties. I certainly have been to the Wilga Power Station and seen that there is gas that is being used and is being fed into the local grid there. But in terms of the ongoing use of the PELs, my understanding is that that there is actually a requirement on the exploration licences that you have to continue to show activity in order to maintain those. But I know we're running short of time, but Ms. Beattie might be able to just provide you with a short update on that.
Thank you, Minister. Look, royalty is payable by Santos for any petroleum recovered and used beneficially, and beneficial use of gas is outlined in the Petroleum Onshore Act. There are deductions available for the cost of recovering the petroleum, and if those costs are greater than the value of the resource, that's obviously taken off the royalties that are payable.
Okay, thank you. Minister, the previous government altered the SEP, the Mining, Petroleum Production and Extractive Industries 2007 Schedule 1 on the 17th of September 2021 to include petroleum exploration, petroleum production and petroleum related works on land within the following local government areas: Coonamble, Dubbo, Gilgandra, Gwydir, Mid-Western Regional, Muswellbrook, Narromine, Tamworth Regional, Upper Hunter, Warren councils. When you revise the Future of Gas statement, will you prohibit petroleum exploration, petroleum production and petroleum related works on land within the Liverpool Plains?
So I'm not going to rule anything in or out today, and I think I made that point when responding to your bill that you introduced in the Parliament. I would say I have been to the Liverpool Plains and I've met with farmers and the CWA and a number of people who are opposed and have been opposed to mining on the Liverpool Plains for a long time, and I think I recounted in about my visit that I went up the top of a grain silo on what felt like a particularly windy afternoon. And that experience will not leave me. But it certainly gave me an opportunity to view the fertile soils of the Liverpool Plains and gain an understanding of that. And we'll certainly take those into consideration as we review the Future of Gas statement, which we will do.
Thank you. The government, Dr. Kane.
Thank you. Minister, can you elucidate your answers on the government's plans to support local jobs and local industry?
Well, thank you, Dr. Kane, for a great question. Just before I do respond, I think I said earlier in answer to Mr. Borzak that the $7.5 million threshold, because it was 85% of contracts issued, it's actually 85% of the value of contracts issued. So we're really looking for the greatest amount of impact of these new policies that we're introducing. But the Jobs First Commission is going to be a crucial part of how we deliver on our plans to support local jobs and local investment. And I know that it's one that you've taken a really keen interest in, and I'd particularly like to commend when we talk about value for money and some of the work that you've been undertaking in the procurement inquiry in relation to that. I think the key part is we need to be setting up the policy infrastructure across government to be able to implement this new policy, because it is entirely new. Part of what we did on Tuesday was repealing the previous policy, and we're building entirely new capacity, and that's really important that we have that ability as we want to be unlocking those local jobs. But it comes with a legacy that I know you and I know well, and we've spoken about, whether it's those cracked light rail vehicles from Spain or the ferries from Indonesia with asbestos all through them, where you're risking decapitation on a lovely afternoon heading up the Parramatta River, or those trains from South Korea that just don't fit the tracks and still aren't on them. These are a range of projects where we've seen billions of dollars, thousands of jobs just mindlessly shipped offshore, and we've taken important steps. They're initial steps, but important steps on delivering more local jobs and local support for local businesses.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you from the government. That concludes their questions. So thank you, Minister, for attending the hearing. We are finished with questioning so far. We will now have a short break. Before we do, we're just going to have a very short deliberative, and we will return at 2 p.m. for further questions.
we'll finish at 3.
We if there's no crossbench, we can probably finish it before I go.
Sure.
Do you have any?
No. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the Portfolio Committee number 1 hearings into the budget estimates for 24-25. Before we commence, I'd just like to remind our new attendee, Ms Livingston, that you've already been sworn, so you will not be required to be sworn again. We've got quorum, so we will now begin with questions from the opposition.
Thank you, and probably I'll start with you, Ms Beattie. You were present during all the evidence this morning in relation to Regis and the gold mine at Blaney. Can you help us in terms of what possibilities are being explored with a view to keeping this proposal on foot?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Shitterhope. As the Minister outlined this morning, the government has made it very clear that it's supportive of the project to proceed and has met with the company to indicate that. The company has committed to go away and consider alternative options for a tailings dam. That initial work really is on the company to proceed with, and I'm sure you'd appreciate the complexities of mining design. It is a very technical process, and the finding a new location for a tailings dam will take significant time, and there's a range of studies that will need to be undertaken, geotechnical studies to consider the stability of the landform, geological conditions, looking at the topography of the land to minimise impacts to the environment and to the community, a whole range of areas that need to be undertaken. So the government has committed to work closely with the company. We are in close contact with the company, but really the next step is for the company to consider...
Working closely with them, what does that mean? Does that mean that you will, shortcut steps for them, or what is...
Or at this stage...
What does the government say that it will do to assist the company?
Well, at this stage, it's for the company to consider its next steps, and there will be regular conversations with the company so that when they determine what that will be, we can facilitate any approvals that are required through government, what they will look like, and try and make that as streamlined as possible.
Well, the current proposal to get to where it was approved by the New South Wales government took nearly 10 years, did it not?
It was less than 10 years. I think the original application was lodged in 2018. It was a significant time. Mining projects take a long time for the approval, and this one had received approval, so the government's position...
But it does take a long time, so potentially we're looking at between 5 and 10 years, even with a new proposal, with the steps you've outlined, the topography, the environmental impacts, all the things, the geotech reports, all the things you've identified. Is the company right in saying this is a process which will take between 5 and 10 years for another site?
It does take significant time for mine planning and design.
So, in one sense, if the government was to assist during that process, what would it do?
Look, ultimately, if the company comes back with an alternative design, it will depend on what that is, and the government will consider it at that point in time. The Section 10 declaration means that if the tailings dam is moved, that there would need to be a subsequent approval to allow that mine to proceed.
Are you aware of any alternatives for alternative sites for that tailings dam?
Look, that's a matter for the company, and I understand they're looking into that.
Well, you know the site. Are there alternative sites?
I don't know the site that well.
Don't you? Well, to the extent that you do know, are there alternative sites?
I I can't comment on whether there are alternative sites. The original proposal had received approval from the New South Wales government, and there's quite a bit of work to do for the company to consider alternative sites. And as I mentioned, a range of technical considerations will need to go into that.
Can I put this to you? Potentially the best outcome for the company to get approval would be the withdrawal of the Section 10 would have.
Can I just take a point of order just for clarification? I appreciate the members got the floor, but in terms of inviting what is in effect an opinion, I just think we need to be careful about this with respect to our senior representatives today. That very much is crossing a line potentially with respect to matters of government and matters for the ministers. So I know you've been a minister and you appreciate that fine line, but I just think we just need to be cognizant of that with the questioning of the witnesses.
Yeah, thank you for that, Mr. Donnelly. I won't uphold the point of order, but it's a point well made. We're not to ask the officials for their opinion on matters.
So the answer?
Sorry?
So the answer is? Well, if the Section 10 wasn't there, this mine would be proceeding, would it not?
The mine had approval prior to the declaration of the Section 10.
So so just why do you want to ask some questions while we have you, Ms. Media? Perhaps you could.
On natural resources.
Yeah.
Different issues, but I might ask about royalties for rejuvenation. Did the $25 million that is legislated to be put into the fund each year go into the fund at the start of the financial year?
I'm not sure I can say exactly on timing. I can come back to you on that, but it's $22.5 million that is allocated to the statutory fund,
right,
and then $2.5 million is for operational expenses. It is allocated each financial year.
And what is the current balance of the fund?
The balance at the end of the last financial year was $78.4 million.
Right. And at the last estimates, I think you said that the expert panel or panels had been advised that money couldn't be spent. Is that right?
Yes, at the moment the fund is unable to be spent until I think it's 2028. Or until it reaches a level.
I think it's 2027.
$250 million. It's 2028-29, or until it reaches $250 million.
Right. Is there? I was just wondering what the logic is behind the panel chairs making a recommendation to you that you consider opening an initial round of the fund for applications in August of last year. I was wondering if you could explain that and what the process there was. Did you consider that and rejected it, or what was the rationale behind that?
The government's position is that it is committed to establish future jobs and investment authorities. So the focus has been on consulting with the community around what those authorities should with the model for those authorities. A number of roundtables were held earlier this year, and I believe towards the end of last year. An issues paper was released in May of this year, and that received a fair bit of interest, and now the process is reviewing those submissions and determining a final model. So that's been the focus.
But there was a recommendation from the panel chairs to open up an early round of funding, is that right?
The chairs provided some advice to the minister. I don't have the exact details of that advice in front of me, but the minister has made it very clear that the focus is on the establishment of the future jobs and investment authorities.
Right. Just in terms of these expert panels, are the members of the panels paid? And I know some of these you might need to take on notice because I've got a handful of very specific questions.
I should be able to answer those questions. And I can just, in terms of the question you asked me just before, I can confirm that the $22.5 million was deposited in the first week of July this year.
Thank you.
In terms of the payment of the panels, if you just bear with me, they are paid, and that is stipulated in the Mining Act, that the members of the panel are entitled to be paid allowances, and so as well as remuneration in accordance with their classification under the framework for boards and committees.
How much are they paid? Is it a meeting fee or is it an annual allowance?
The remuneration is $10,000 a year for the chairperson and $5,000 a year for members.
Sure. And how often do you meet with the expert panels?
Personally, I am not meeting with the expert panels. The focus for the government and the focus for me and my team is the establishment of the Future Jobs and Investment Authorities. So the panels were consulted as part of the development and the issues paper that was released in May this year. And we are in the process of reviewing those submissions. We received a number of submissions. I think it was about 90 submissions from that issues paper. We're reviewing those. They've come from a broad range of stakeholders, and they are being used to inform what will be the final model for the jobs authorities.
Just before you finish with that.
No, I'll keep going on resources if you want. Sorry, these. I wanted to talk to since you mentioned the Future Jobs and Investment Authority. So the new model includes transition authorities in each of the 4 regions. So is that the Hunter, Illawarra, Central West and Northwest? Is that right?
Yes.
And the 4 authorities, so they advise the Minister for Natural Resources. Is that one of their functions?
So the issues paper outlined a model for the authorities that was made up of local authorities in the 4 regions that you mentioned, which are the predominantly coal producing regions in New South Wales, as well as a board that would be comprised of the chairs of each of the local authorities, and an office for future jobs and investment authorities. So that model was the proposed model that we went to the community for consultation on, and now, as I mentioned, we're reviewing that model in light of the submissions that are received, and a final model will ultimately be presented to government.
And in terms of coal, so the coal royalties, they'll increased recently. How much additional revenue did that coal royalty increase bring in to the government?
Just bear with me and I'll find the answer for that. So the coal royalty rates, as you know, increased on the 1st of July this year, and they increased by 2.6 percentage points across the various types of coal, and they are expected to raise $2.7 billion in additional revenue over the next 4 years.
Okay. And has there been any modelling, or do you have any advice or anything you can provide to us about what the impact of the increase in those coal royalties might mean in terms of coal mining operations, like coal mines reducing their operations, reducing staff, anything like that, because of the increase in the tax? Like, what impact would it have on the industry?
I'm not aware of any immediate changes to coal production as a result of the increase in royalties.
So no feedback that's been received about what impact it might have on the industry?
Nothing that's coming to mind right now. Obviously, it's an increase in costs that will be factored in as part of commercial decisions, but there is no overall position or any specific information that I can share that is a direct result of that increase.
No worries. I might turn to the strategic statement on coal exploration and mining. So it has been referred to as not fit for purpose, and therefore a review is needed. What is meant by not fit for purpose? Why isn't it fit for purpose, the 2020 statement?
I'm not sure. I can't comment on whether it's who made that statement. What I can say is the government is committed to update the statement. It was made a number of years ago by the former government, the strategic statement on coal exploration and mining. Obviously, markets have changed a fair bit in that time as well, and as the Minister outlined this morning, she's committed to update the statement, and preliminary work is starting to do that.
So a review of the statements taking place this year, 2024?
We're certainly commencing work on that. The focus to date has been on the critical minerals and high-tech metals strategy. They're two of the, I guess, strategic statements around the resources sector, and so preliminary work has commenced. It is highly linked, as the Minister said this morning, to the Future Jobs and Investment Authorities, and the issues paper that was released in May this year had a whole lot of analysis in it around coal mine closures and what we expect to see. There's no doubt there will be a long-term decline in coal production globally and in New South Wales as the world moves towards net zero, and understanding what that looks like and mapping out those consent timeframes is the beginning of the work that we're undertaking to update the statement to try and have an evidence-based approach to what we expect to see in the coal sector over time.
And is consultation taking place with key industry stakeholders in the coal sector, or is that it's still too early at this stage? We're not up to that stage just yet. It's only just commenced.
Well, certainly we are consulting with all stakeholders as part of the Future Jobs and Investment Authorities, and they're similar stakeholders because it's about what's happening with coal in those coal-producing regions. In terms of specific consultation on the coal statement, there hasn't been any engagement with stakeholders on that at this stage. It's very early days.
Sure. I might just go back to the expert panels. Were the members of the expert panels on contracts?
I'd have to take that one on notice.
And are they still being paid?
They are still being paid.
Sure. But their role, they don't have any real workload left anymore, do they? In terms of their role or function? Like, what are they being paid to do?
There hasn't been any recent meetings, formal meetings of the expert panels, but they have been consulted as part of the Future Jobs and Investment Authorities. And the government is working on a new model for those authorities. And as the Minister said this morning, that is different to the previous the former government's approach, which established the expert panels. The panels are established in the Mining Act, and so under that, the Act establishes those panels, which is why they continue to exist and continue to receive remuneration. And until the time as the Mining Act is amended, that will continue to be the case.
Okay, so you won't just rescind the contracts and pay them out? It's not being considered.
Under the Mining Act, I believe we would need to change the Act to allow that to occur.
Right. Do you want to go on with
Okay. Ms Forbes, can I come to you? And I appreciate you're in the job for a very short period of time, and this is probably the first time we've ever been to an estimates hearing.
Correct.
And at least you didn't stand up to take the oath. Can I just ask you this? One of the things that you're engaged in is, or your role is the process of moving to new contracts for the whole of government banking services. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm not casting any dispersion. Your previous role is with Westpac, was it not?
Correct.
Does that create any impediment for you in terms of making that assessment in respect of banking contracts in circumstances where you actually have an employment record with one of the people who may well be, or one institutions who may well be, in fact, tendering for that banking contract with the government?
Yes, Mr Tudor-Hope, like people who do move from the private sector into government, I declared this conflict. It's being managed in accordance with the Treasury policies, and I am not formally involved in the evaluation process for the bank tender.
Well then, probably you should take that off your title then, shouldn't you?
There are other aspects to the banking policy at Treasury. And
so to the extent that there is an ongoing, I suppose, review of the government's banking contracts, you won't be involved in that?
I'm not involved in the formal evaluation process.
But even should Westpac become the successful tenderer, is there then an ongoing problem with your engagement in the regulation of or management of banking on behalf of the government?
Ms Tudor-Hope, I might answer that question if that's okay. I would say that many of the banking experts in our team in Treasury have come from the private sector from one organisation or another over the years. As Ms Forbes says, she's not directly involved in the evaluation of the core banking tender, but she is now operationally responsible for the remit of the banking group, which has a much broader remit than just retendering services, which happens every 5 or so years.
I was around when the last one was on.
Yes.
So can I then take you to, Ms Forbes, just to the procurement media release, which has been issued, and I do appreciate that you've only been in the job 1 week, and if Ms Campbell wants to jump in and...
Yeah, Mr Tudor-Hope, I might take questions in the first instance, as I've been substantively in the role, obviously, since the Minister came into her position, and Ms Forbes will jump in if I have any gaps over the 4 weeks or so that she's been in the department.
She had a gap.
I think it's a lot to expect her to be up to speed in a matter of weeks, Mr Tudor-Hope.
Yeah. Can I ask this? There's been a fair bit of discussion about the 30% increase in weighting to capture local content, job creation, small business and ethical supply chains, and that's how it's expressed. Do you consider that the New South Wales Procurement Board is not functioning effectively as it is?
Mr Tudor-Hope, I think that's asking for an opinion around the effectiveness of the board. The board has in place a number of directions, as you would know, and the Minister has given a specific direction in relation to an existing board direction to give effect to this government's policy direction.
Well, is the only thing that is being done is to increase from 20% to 30%, the local content requirements, and to give the policy its proper focus, also adding the additional weightings of local content, job creation, small business and ethical supply chains. Isn't that all that is occurring in relation to existing policy?
No, I think as the Minister said this morning, Mr Tudor Hope, it's a broad suite of package of reforms that the Minister has introduced. It will start with the assistance that the ministerial direction around local suppliers will give the Jobs First Commission in terms of understanding the local supplier network within New South Wales. And requiring agencies to routinely report to the Procurement Board on procurements where there has or has not been a local supplier that could meet the requirements of that procurement. That will be information that the Jobs First Commission, once established, will be able to receive and know where to effectively work with suppliers across New South Wales to assist them to navigate New South Wales procurement rules. In addition, as you said, there is the 30% tender weighting, which...
So this is in addition to the 30%, is it?
Yes, correct. There is a ministerial
small regional business policy.
So that is still in existence, but that will be reviewed as we work through developing a local content policy that will come under the remit of the new Jobs First Commission.
And the Aboriginal procurement policy?
That is still in place, Mr Tudor Hope.
And is that in addition to the...
That is in addition to the suite of new policy reforms that the Minister has announced.
See, one of the things that's required under the new direction is the early engagement with industry.
Correct.
That already exists, doesn't it?
It would exist in practice in some parts of government, but it would not be a mandated requirement in the way that the Minister has requested.
You're aware of the procurement policy framework, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. There is agencies and state-owned corporations must apply the default practices contained in procurement for large and complex infrastructure projects in a manner commensurate with project needs. These practices include use of early contractor engagement.
I think the difference being, Mr Tudor Hope, is that now has to be reported back to New South Wales Procurement and to the Procurement Board to help inform the Jobs First Commission to understand the landscape for local businesses in New South Wales.
So what is effectively occurring is the policy parameters are already there, but it's the reporting back which is now going to be mandated.
Yes, I think, Mr Tudor Hope, you'd understand the challenges in reporting and data in a very devolved model of procurement in New South Wales, that this is an ability to bring that information into the centre to help inform policy direction and advocacy to assist New South Wales businesses.
But this document is a very comprehensive document about what is expected of agencies in relation to the procurement process. And it goes through in some detail. Can you tell me what is going to change other than this reporting back and the establishment of the Jobs Commissioner, Jobs for New South Wales Commissioner, to actually ensure that this is actually being put in place? And certainly the 30% is an additional...
I think that the biggest change is going to be around greater information, transparency and accountability of agencies in, understanding that they are compliant with the procurement policy framework, which has been, something that's been raised routinely through
and that's just what I put
parliamentary inquiries during the course of this year.
In relation to that, we heard a lot of this morning about value for money. Value for money is never about just dollars, is it, under the existing procurement policy?
Yeah.
And in fact, it's or the sorts of things that we were discussing, or that were being discussed by the Minister this morning, already exist under the procurement policy in terms of value for money is monetary value together with ESG requirements and disability requirements, and the manner in which agencies potentially can make an assessment about long-term, I suppose, compliance with their obligations under a contract.
Correct, but those agencies would never have had any obligation to be accountable for how they've assessed that value for money. And, you know, routinely we hear from suppliers that government continues to award contracts based on lowest cost. So this suite of policy reforms will help us better understand and build capability in the sector to be genuinely assessing value for money.
Do you say agencies aren't complying with their policy framework?
I wouldn't make that statement. That would be asking for an opinion, Mr. Tudor-Hope. I would say that we probably don't have sufficient evidence to be able to answer your question.
Can I? One of the statements that I made this morning was in terms of rolling stock, which was purchased overseas in respect of those.
Yes.
That stock was not of sufficient quality or whatever it is. That rolling stock and transport stock is not covered by the procurement policy, is it?
It would be. Transport is a government sector agency. It's exempted from free trade agreements.
Free trade
Correct.
Agreements. So,
yes.
Were you aware of when, for example, the new metro was being purchased?
Yes.
Whether, in fact, any Australian tenderers tendered for that project?
I obviously can't disclose details of a tender process. I probably can't say much more than that, Mr. Tudor-Hope.
Was there any company in New South Wales capable of being able to fulfil that contract?
I mean, I think that's a very specific question to the Transport Department, who would have been responsible for that procurement.
And you don't know?
We would have participated in elements of market soundings to understand which suppliers had the capability to deliver at that scale and complexity. A lot of it will depend on how the particular agency decides to package up the scope of a particular procurement, and when you bundle procurement packages together, it certainly limits the number of suppliers that would have the capability to be able to deliver under that contract. So there's a variety of factors, Mr. Tudor-Hope.
So is that going to be the actual manner in which tendering is done? Is that going to be subject to oversight by the Jobs for New South Wales Commissioner?
I think those details, Mr. Tudor-Hope, are yet to be worked through. I think there's a practicality around how much a commission can do, from the outset and then over time. But I wouldn't expect that it will be, forensically analysing every procurement across the government, because that is a significantly high volume.
Indeed. So just in terms of the Minister was saying that New South Wales engages in procurement of $42 billion. Can I have the actual figure for last year?
Goods and services, that is.
Yeah, $42 billion, a level of procurement up to June 2024.
I don't think that we have the verified spend for 23-24. I think we have it for 22-23.
What was it for 22-23?
I think that's the $42 billion.
Yeah.
So in terms of, and I think this question was asked, this may have been asked this morning, but are you able to tell us, of that $42 billion, how many went to local New South Wales businesses?
I think we'd have to take that question on notice from when it was asked this morning.
So do you understand how are we going to be able to measure whether, in fact, the new policy is going to be productive if there is no increase or above in relation to the amount currently being spent on New South Wales?
I think, as the Minister said this morning, there are gaps in data, and we need to start somewhere to establish that baseline so that over time we can measure the success of the policy direction.
Some of the criticism which was being levelled at previous iterations of procurement policy was that there was no consideration of small or regional businesses. That's not true, is it?
No, there is an existing small and regional
policy.
Business policy, correct.
And in fact, that was in terms of the consideration that the Procurement Board was required to take into account in assessing contracts. There was a weighting in favour of small and medium businesses. And that will continue, I take it.
Correct. That policy is still currently in place as of today, Mr. Tudor.
And regional businesses, there were provisions for enduring, for example, the bushfire season. There was a direction, was there not, that local small businesses and local businesses be used in relation to the clean-up?
Correct.
There was a very good minister who gave that direction, wasn't it?
That's a matter of opinion, Mr. Tudor.
I think it's
good as in effective or good as in virtuous?
There was, it just goes to show that all these things are not new. In terms of, it was a question I asked the minister this morning, but I'm probably unsure of the answer, is to how you will actually define what a local New South Wales business is going to be for the purposes of this new policy.
Yes, the question was asked, and the Minister spoke to the difference in interpretation from a local content policy that will be administered by the Jobs First Commission that will include Australia and New Zealand in compliance with our obligations, as compared to the ministerial direction, which is around the local market testing, which is New South Wales-based enterprises.
Yes.
I think the simplest way to explain it is businesses that are producing goods or services in New South Wales.
And will that be defined in that manner?
The intention is to provide definition and guidance as we develop those policies.
So then if I extrapolate that to the local content for the purposes of the new guideline, which applies to Australia and New Zealand, does that mean that you will have that same definition in relation to small business or businesses operating in Australia and New Zealand?
I think that's detail that we will work through, and as the Minister says, we'll be drafting an exposure bill for consultation, and there will certainly be an opportunity for suppliers and buyers and interested parties to provide feedback on those definitions.
I also put this to the Minister, that in relation to the exclusion of people who will not be able to do business with the New South Wales government, there are already in place a whole set of guidelines in relation to those businesses which are precluded from doing business with the New South Wales government, are there not?
I'm not sure I understand your question. I'm not aware of businesses that are excluded from... Oh, you're talking about performance-based exclusions?
The basis to exclude suppliers from procurement.
So I think you asked a question around Clause 12 of the current EPP direction, which is still in force. That has a set of circumstances where suppliers could be excluded, which are quite specific, including insolvency. What the Minister and Ms Forbes were speaking about this morning, and Ms Forbes might want to add a little bit more context, is considering, what in addition to that the government could introduce, having considered approaches that have been taken more recently in other jurisdictions, and in response in particular to concerns raised by ICAC and others around having I guess, more transparent and centralised processes to prevent suppliers, who have materially breached, their obligations from tendering in New South Wales. Ms Forbes, was there anything that you wanted to add?
I'd probably just add that the jurisdiction we are looking at reasonably closely is Western Australia, that has a debarment regime in place and has had one since about 2022.
On ICAC that you just mentioned before and some of their concerns, how do you ensure with this new policy that it's not open to gameable or corrupt practices? Like, what systems are in place to prevent that and to address some of ICAC's concerns?
Thanks, Mr Rath. I think if I listened to the testimony of the Commissioner in estimates and in his submissions as well, the concern there is more at a local government level, particularly for contracts under $1 million. Our thresholds around our policies are 7.5 million and above. So we don't think it carries the same risk. I think in New South Wales government procurement practices, we comply with the procurement policy framework, as Mr Tudor Hope has pointed out, and there is a lot more rigour and less risk than the risks that the Commissioner has been speaking about.
But say, I agree with that. I think that, if it's within one LGA, for instance, the catchment's so much smaller than, say, the whole state. But say you were looking to acquire a certain piece of equipment and you wanted to buy from within New South Wales, but there might only be one supplier of that particular piece of equipment, say something you need on a train or a bus, then that could potentially be open to a gameable or corrupt. Even though the catchment's quite large, there might only be one provider in all of the state.
There is nothing in any of the policy direction that precludes suppliers from outside of New South Wales for tendering. The policy direction is intended to make sure that local suppliers are considered in procurement processes, and all of the criteria in the procurement policy framework will still apply.
And did, with the new policy, was that something that ICAC was consulted on?
I don't know that I can answer that question specifically. I know that ICAC, the Commissioner, has presented to the New South Wales Procurement Board earlier this year and had spoken, obviously, to the outcome of the Operation Hector report, to concerns around, risk around local content policies. Where he spoke directly, to the risks that I just referred to being more prominent at a local government and lower thresholds of contract spend.
So, for instance, when I look through some of the tenders, 3 tenders, for instance, in 2023-24, one was Lang O'Rourke, which has a registered ABN in Victoria, were awarded a contract of about $5.2 million, for instance. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of the specific contract, Mr Rath, but what I would say is, irrespective of where their registered business address is, the intent of the policies is to be looking at where the goods and services are produced. So Lang O'Rourke is a national company. They operate all over the country. They have offices here in Sydney. They will have locally employed people. Most construction contracts have local industry participation requirements embedded within them. So the fact that they're registered business addresses in Victoria, I don't think is the intent of the policy interpretation of the policy direction.
Yeah, sure. And that goes to Mr Tudor's question before about what is local content, or how do you define local procurement. So it's not necessarily just the registered ABN as the metric, but you would say where the majority of their production takes place. That's a better metric than where their ABN's registered or where their head office is located, for instance?
Correct, and that's why the Future Skills Guarantee is a complementary, part of the policy suite, because that is around apprentices, learning workers, Aboriginal participation within New South Wales.
I was going to move on. Did you want to on procurement.
Yep. Could I just ask you a bit about the establishment of the Jobs First Commission? Has any modelling been done in relation to how that's going to be staffed and budgeted?
Yes, Treasury has done some modelling around the expected costs, but I think, Mr. Tudor-Hope, until such time as the bill's been drafted, it's been consulted on, the legislation has passed, we can't precisely model what the costs of this will be.
One of the issues relating to, in fact, ensuring local components was the Buy New South Wales model, which allowed New South Wales businesses to identify tender opportunities. Mm-hmm. That will continue to exist, will it not?
Correct, and the board has made some enhancements around tagging within the Buy.New South Wales system to assist buyers identifying a whole range of categories of suppliers.
So, in terms of collecting data in respect of New South Wales businesses being able to do business with the New South Wales government, why wouldn't that data be available from Buy New South Wales?
I think the distinction is that there's nobody collecting that data at the moment, so this is the intention of setting up the Jobs First Commission, that you have a centralised responsibility for understanding the data and advocating and liaising, with New South Wales-based businesses.
It'd be a pretty good resource, would it not, for being able to identify
I expect it would be,
New South Wales
yes.
businesses which are already doing business with New South Wales, with the New South Wales government, and being able to expand potentially the remit of Buy New South Wales as the principal vehicle for alerting New South Wales businesses of opportunities with the New South Wales government.
I sincerely hope that it's going to be a great source of data. I think this is about, making sure there's clear central responsibility for collecting the data, providing insights on the data and informing that policy direction, which is not currently the role of the Department of Customer Service, who manage the Buy.New South Wales website.
Just in relation to tendering, there is currently a regime for being able to deal with tenderers who are unsuccessful and complaints relating to unsuccessful tenderers. Will that be administered by the New South Wales Jobs Commissioner?
I don't think I can answer that question at this point in time. Currently, it's administered by the Procurement Board, and I think we'll need to review the responsibilities of the Procurement Board and how they operate alongside the new Jobs First Commission once it's stood up. Until such time, that is still the responsibility of the Procurement Board.
One of the things it was suggested this morning that there are multiple jurisdictions which have adopted a similar sort of policy in respect of their jurisdictions, and I think Victoria is held up as a model jurisdiction, and I think Western Australia. Was advice ever obtained about whether those jurisdictions and the model which they use complies with Australia's obligations under its free trade agreements?
I think, as the Secretary said this morning, I can't disclose specifics of legal advice. I can tell you that within the department, we did our own cross-jurisdictional analysis. I can tell you that every jurisdiction in Australia, including the Commonwealth, has some form of local content and local preferencing policies, and we have sought to align the wording of directions and policies to be consistent with, compliance with those international obligations.
Well, the wording of the current policy directly reflects and is taken almost directly from the wording contained in the WTO procurement agreement.
The distinction being, the free trade agreements exist in their own right. The EPP direction is a direction of the New South Wales Procurement Board, and New South Wales is the only jurisdiction that has done that. So what the Minister is seeking to do through her direction is to remove a procurement board imposed direction that has the force of law for agencies, that has the effect of putting the agencies in breach of law. which is a very different circumstance to the interpretation of compliance with free trade agreements at the Commonwealth level.
That's the most information anyone has given us so far as to how this is being interpreted, and I thank you for that.
Helpful.
It is helpful. Having provided us with that expert analysis, it appears that other jurisdictions get away with it, so to speak, until such time as there is some sort of complaint. Let me put a specific proposal to you, and you may remember this. You recall when there was a review of the ICT policy in respect of the New South Wales government procuring ICT services for stuff. A proposal in relation to that was to increase local content. Do you recall that?
I wasn't specifically involved, Mr. Tudor-Hope, but I can see a scenario that you're speaking about.
And do you recall that, and you may again not be aware of that, but do you recall that DFAT in fact wrote to the New South Wales government and identified the fact that the proposal directly conflicted with Australia's obligations under its free trade agreement?
I'm not aware of that advice,
Can you take that on notice and
that would be advice, obviously, to the former government, which can't be disclosed to the current government.
I'm happy for
is
you
your question, am I aware of that advice? I'm happy to, my answer is no.
I've got other non-procurement questions. I started asking these questions with the Treasurer's estimates the other day, so I think you've had a bit of time to prepare, but I wanted to ask about interstate debt. How much money do other states still owe New South Wales because of hotel quarantine bills accrued from COVID, or during COVID?
I will defer to Ms Livingston, but I did discuss this with the Secretary during the lunch break, and his response to me is that we are responding to that question on notice for the Treasurer.
Do you get it?
We will certainly do that. We should also say that the debts are not recorded on the New South Wales balance sheet and do not need to be written off if they're not recovered.
I might ask some questions, and some of these you'll probably have to take on notice, but yeah, I sort of wanted to know how much we're owed by other states, maybe broken down by state. I assume it's mostly Queensland that still owes us compared to the others, but also is there any money that we're owed that's non-COVID related? I assume it probably is all COVID or the vast majority of it, but if there's any other inter-jurisdictional debt that New South Wales might be owed.
That's right. I mean COVID's a peculiar case because of the circumstances in which the fees were incurred. There are certainly other arrangements where states might use each other's services, and there are different mechanisms to reimburse each other for those things. There are no instances that we're concerned about in terms of having outstanding payments, but health's a good example where someone close to a border might use a hospital in another state, and there are arrangements in place to pay states for that. And some of those inter or boundary type issues are also dealt with in the allocation of GST, etc.
Yeah, fair enough. I think it's in those instances it's that the state that might owe us money will pay it back, but it's just with the quarantine bill that some of them are refusing to do so. Also wanted to know if any of the money has been paid back from the hotel quarantine bill.
If any at all.
Or how much. Yeah.
Certainly most of the quarantine amounts were paid back. I might hand over to my colleague Joanne, who's actually more expert in this than myself.
So I have a table of figures here, Mr. Rath.
Okay.
I can read them out for you if you would like.
Yeah, how big is the table?
It's a page of figures. As as Ms Livingston said, and Ms Campbell said, we are going to provide this. We can provide this on notice.
That would be good if you provide on notice rather than going through it now.
It's a jumble of numbers.
More helpful than me trying to write it all down and then trying to read my handwriting later. And what remedies are available for collecting outstanding debt? How does it? Is there legal action that we can take or some type of mediation? How does New South Wales try to recover that debt, except for asking nicely?
So all of these arrangements, the ones that Ms Livingston referred to as well, say, for example, the use of hospitals in one jurisdiction by the residents or citizens of another jurisdiction, are all under national agreements or arrangements, federal financial agreements that we have with the Commonwealth. We call them agreements and they're negotiated on a sort of contract-like basis, but they aren't enforceable contracts in terms of something that you could sue over or take to court. They're agreements that are done under the broader intergovernmental agreement. So there's no kind of, formal way of requesting or requiring a debt be paid in that sense. The best way we can do it is to ask the Commonwealth Grants Commission to take into account unpaid monies in peculiar circumstances, which is what we've done with the COVID quarantine.
So we've
grants.
made a request to the Grants Commission, ask them to take it into consideration.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay. No, that's good to know. I was wondering what the legal remedy would be, but it sounds more like it's a loose arrangement rather than a legally binding contract between the states.
That's right. I wouldn't call them loose arrangements in the sense of how much time and trouble we have to spend on the negotiations of the clauses with the Commonwealth, but they're not enforceable in a court.
Thank you. The other issue, and I think you answered pretty much all of my questions on this with the Treasurer's estimates, was on the foreign investment issue of properties. When I was asking about the foreign property surcharge levy and the money that's collected from that, so Revenue New South Wales collects. So the Revenue New South Wales collects that money raised from the surcharge.
Yes, that's correct.
And the I think last time round we had you're going to come back to us with the specific number of properties that were subject to that surcharge. I think you gave me a loose figure last time, which was, you may have taken on notice with the Treasurer's estimates, but I'll probably just say it again in case I've missed it. If there's any information you could provide about the number of properties that have been subject to the foreign surcharge levy, maybe for the last couple of years, in particular with the increased tax that's come in as well.
Sure.
would be
notice.
helpful. I think I mentioned in the Treasury's estimates, but I'm not sure, so I'll say it again now.
You did, Mr. Rath, and the number I gave you was that in the last couple of years it's been less than 2,000 properties that have been purchased by a foreign investor in New South Wales. But Mr. Johnston is indeed the person who can provide you with the exact number.
Right,
So
okay.
specifically purchaser duty?
Yes.
If you're interested in new purchases.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, thank you for that. I have some other questions. Do you want to go? Yeah.
The land tax has not been indexed this year, the threshold for land tax. How many additional properties do you expect will be the subject of a land tax assessment for the first time in 2025 when land tax assessments are being issued?
So that would be a Treasury question in terms of a modelling.
Have we done any modelling on how many properties or additional properties are likely to be?
No, I'd have to. So we've done modelling in the sense of what we using previous valuations in terms of what we think the freezing will mean in terms of the revenue, but we haven't specifically looked at numbers of properties. But I can take that on notice.
Well, is there going to be any, I suppose, program to help people know that they are going to be liable for the first time to pay land tax on a property that they own because of a change in valuation?
So we would, through the normal process where property value changes and people become subject to land tax for the first time, we would send them an assessment and provide support in how they can meet that obligation. Absolutely thought needs to be made by us around how do we give extra support if there's increased numbers of people for the first time paying land tax.
Or may inadvertently not pay it because they're unaware.
Correct.
We wouldn't want them paying interest on that, would they?
No, not at all, Mr. Tudor-Hope. And we've extended the payment plan options for people they can repay their land tax over 9 months now, which has been very popular this year. Thinking about who are the people we need to engage with so that we can ensure that they're relatively gently introduced to land tax if it's a new circumstance for them. It's important to us because fundamentally we want people to understand their obligations so they can meet them, and if they're not aware of the fact that they're now subject to land tax, that's an issue. But I think we've got fairly generous arrangements for people to meet their obligations.
Obviously Thompson and CSSR, a recent case involving a taxpayer's obligation to pay interest, would seem that the obligation falls on the taxpayer to know their potential obligation, not on revenue to advise them.
That's true, but it is also about how do we support people to provide the mechanisms for them to meet their obligations and to communicate change. So
have you got some comment on it, Mr. Cull?
I support the Chief Commissioner, But
without supporting
it's a fundamental tenet of revenue law, I think.
The obligations on the taxpayer.
Right across the world.
Correct.
That's right.
That they have the fundamental obligation. So there may well be taxpayers who are not aware that they have a liability. Do you have the discretion to waive the interest?
There are powers that yes.
You do have the
there is an ability on the Chief Commissioner to remit interest.
And what are the guidelines for exercising that discretion?
So no formal guidelines have been issued under the legislation at the moment. Interest is made up of two components: a premium component, which is 8%, and a market rate, which is an average 90-day bank bill rate. As a general matter, any questions around remission of interest or penalty taxes take into account the individual circumstances of the taxpayer in question.
That's the rule that you apply in relation to a taxpayer that is inadvertent potentially of their obligation to pay land tax.
That's right. Yes, for interest, there's slightly different rules around penalty tax.
What are those?
So, where, for example, someone is engaged in intentional hindrance of an audit during an audit, if they are aware of their obligations and they decide not to share that information, if they passively hinder, or if they don't engage, that's a factor. If they intentionally destroy evidence or documentation, that can incur additional penalties.
So that's intentional. What about reckless disregard for their obligation? Does that?
Reckless disregard? It does. There's actually a table in the Tax Administration Act, you have to forgive me for the section, it's around 32, that outlines a number of factors that are taken into account. There is currently a practice note that's on issue that outlines the Chief Commissioner's practice on remitting interest and penalties. And at the moment, there's a number of factors that look at those sorts of things: the sophistication of the taxpayer, and of course, I'm sure you'd appreciate if we're dealing with a multinational with an in-house tax team of 15 people.
Yep.
We would view any request for remission potentially differently from mum and dad, small operation that's out in rural New South Wales, for example.
Is there an appeal process from that?
Absolutely.
For the ordinary mum and dad who potentially are unaware of an obligation that...
There is. Yeah. So the way the process is outlined in the Tax Administration Act, it begins with the issue of an assessment, but in most cases an assessment is not... before an assessment is issued in many cases, there will be some level of interaction with the customer that we have with the taxpayer. If they're dissatisfied with the assessment, they have the right to object. That's an in-house, revenue in-house process, but by a separate team from the group that made the assessment in the first place.
Okay, I've got a lot more questions I want to come back to you. I just want to ask Ms Campbell this. How many visitors each year visit the Star Casino? Are you aware?
I wouldn't know that number off the top of my head.
If I told you it was 11 million people visit the Star Casino each year, would that surprise you?
That would sound reasonable, yeah.
So if I told you that there were 4,000 people employed there, that's about right, is it not?
Yes, we have looked at the number of employees at the Star Casino.
So in terms of ensuring that there wasn't a significant impact on the New South Wales economy by virtue of decisions relating to Star Casino, would you agree that there is a case to be made by the Star Casino in view of the fact that there is now new management in place to give some latitude in terms of their tax obligations?
What of order? That's really seeking a question.
Were you going to rule on that?
No, proceed with the question and we'll see what happens.
Thank you.
I think these questions were answered this morning by the Treasury Secretary, and I don't have anything further to add to what he said and what's on the public record on behalf of the New South Wales Government. I think the important point that the Secretary made is that the circumstances from when we were looking at the New South Wales-based tax last year and the circumstances of Star now are different.
What do you say is different besides the additional debt which is being incurred in respect of the Queensland casino?
I would take that on notice. I'm not in the detail at the moment on this, Mr. Tudorhope.
So who in Treasury is providing advice in relation to this?
So it's a combination of executives in my team and Miss Wilkie's team, together with the Secretary.
So has any consideration been given to some sort of bailout package to ensure that Star is able to continue?
I'm going to defer the question to Miss Wilkie because I have been overseas on leave when all of the recent announcements have been made. Miss Wilkie might be able to help answer your question.
I will give it a go, Mr. Tudorhope. So, as in my 25 years of public service, and a lot of that being in Treasuries, is fairly standard practice. When a significant employer or a large company is looking like it's in difficulties, there is usually a piece of work that is done to look at that company, the impact on the economy, and what the government may or may not be able to do to provide support. So there has been a piece of ongoing work for some time looking at that, and given that those are all matters that have been provided to government as policy advice and under consideration by government, I really can't go into any further detail.
Okay.
I might turn to the payroll tax for medical centres issue. So what modelling has been done about how visits to a GP could become cheaper as a result of the change of policies? Is this to Ms Wilkie? Or?
So it's probably better directed to me since it's on the policy, administration policy is the way we divide it up. As Minister Houssos said this morning, Mr Rath, we worked closely with the Health Department on looking at these issues, and the modelling around the impact on GPs, visits to GPs, and then the impact around emergency departments was done by the Department of Health. So I would have to take that on notice. I don't have any of that detail with me.
Right. Okay. Thank you. And do we know if there's any evidence? This again might be to health, or you might need to take it on notice, but do we know if there is any evidence of GPs in medical centres reducing their fees as a result of the government's budget announcement?
I'm not aware of any. We can talk to the Health Department and see if they're aware of any. But given that the regulation, the announcement was made in the budget on the 18th of June, the regulation only came into effect yesterday, so we may not have any data.
Okay, if there is anything. This one probably is to Mr Johnson. What is the forecasted collection of payroll tax from medical centres this financial year?
It's really, again, back to Treasury, actually.
Is it? Okay. Sorry, I thought it might be...
Forecasting and modelling, we do the doing bit, but...
So, sorry?
The forecasted revenue from payroll tax from medical centres for this financial year.
The rebate or the support or the actual money?
The overall figure and the rebate, but yeah, start with the overall figure if you have it, or if you need to take it on notice.
I think I'll have to take that on notice because we have the budget forecasts how much we'll collect in payroll tax overall.
Yeah.
And then in the measure for the bulk billing support initiative, we've put in the costings of what the rebate is, but I can't actually tell you. It doesn't. I'll have to take it on notice how much we expect to collect from GPs.
Okay. But can I ask you, Mr. John, how many GP practices are you proposing to audit?
Well, Mr. Tudor, as you'd be aware, we have a strong compliance and audit program, but we're not having a targeted approach to medical centres or to GPs. I think much of our audit program's evidenced by data. Now, what we're going to have to do with medical centres and GPs is work closely with them to understand, to help them with their obligations, and also us to apply the new approach. So I couldn't answer how many audits. It's not something in the past we've had a strong targeted approach of auditing medical centres. So I don't expect there to be significant numbers.
And could we, sorry, just to confirm, we could get the overall figure and the rebate figure?
Yes.
And do you differentiate it all, or could you, if the figures are there, between metropolitan and regional? If those figures exist.
Yeah, we don't. Payroll tax is forecast on an economic model rather than, say, something like royalties. We're called royalties. We do actually look at specifically at volumes.
Mm-hmm.
So we may not have that data, but we'll have a look and see what we've got.
But maybe in 12 months' time, we can get what's actually collected broken down by region versus city.
I think the fact that it's differentiates by metro and regional, that's highly probable. I think we'll have more insight about how the program's worked and where it's been applied. So
it's the difference between the forecasting data and then the
actual
administrative data of what's been collected.
But we do know though how many medical practices are currently paying payroll tax.
If I could, so one of the challenges with a question like that is the medical centre won't always be the paying entity. So you might have one corporation that actually runs 3 or 4 different medical centres. The payroll tax lodgement will be a single lodgement, but you might have 2 or 3 medical centres at various places. You may have a split between metropolitan and non-metropolitan areas. So that goes to some of the complexities in reporting this back. Now, the way that the rebate has been designed and put into, I think, Schedule 2 or 2A of the Payroll Tax Act is to actually put the rebate factor goes down to the medical centre level. So when it comes time in, say, 12 months to be able to report this data, we would expect to be able to report rebate numbers on the basis of the number of medical centres that are actually reporting. But that will go back into the single payroll tax return that's lodged by the reporting entity, which, if there's a number of entities, may well be a group, a payroll tax group.
It's complex. So in terms of this being portrayed as a cost of living measure, the only way you can assess that is, or there might be 2 ways, and this is for potentially for humans. The first way, of course, is to being able to establish whether a medical centre has in fact reduced their fees so as to in fact engage in bulk billing. But secondly, the extent to which they are recovering rebates. Are they the 2 ways that you will be able to establish whether this is a true cost of living enhancement?
So I think theoretically, yes, those are the 2 ways that you would look to see what you would expect that if a centre receives a rebate, that it would that there's a possibility
which they had not previously
that
received.
They hadn't previously done, that they would pass that straight through, and therefore a drop in fees. I mean, I think in terms of whether we see it happen, that's collecting actual data, which again, Treasury's not in position to be able to do that. We would have to have consider who might collect such data. Maybe the Commonwealth Department of Health does, or conduct a survey or something like that to be able to access the actual data.
But unable to establish whether in fact that they have 70 or 80%, as the case may be, bulk billing arrangements, do you have to have information sharing with the Commonwealth in relation to that?
I think that is that self-assessment in the first instance?
That's correct.
Yeah.
It's self-assessment?
Yes.
So would you have any data about the number of medical practices that are currently bulk billing versus not, and how the rebate might change that, i.e. might lead to a change or an increase in the number of bulk billing practices?
So again, I think it was Health that undertook that work,
right?
Not Treasury, so I'll have to take that on notice. But I believe the Commonwealth Department of Health collects that data.
Yeah. Okay. And what type of communication has been given to medical practices about these changes?
So that's down our end of the table. So I'll pass to Commissioner Smythe, because he's been deeply involved in this the past 3 months or so. So the 24th of June, the government introduced the legislation. So that at that point it was announced. And then perhaps, Mr. Smythe, you could speak of how we've progressed from then to now working with industry groups.
Sure. So there were initial communications we've been working very closely with the AMA and the RACGP ever since the announcement in June. We've had regular meetings. The most recent one was actually yesterday. I believe we have another one next week to manage not only the policy work, but to look at the practical side of how this is, how medical practitioners and medical centres understand the requirements, what education assistance they need. We have published a Commissioner's practice note that works through a number of scenarios on how the rules will be applied. We circulated that in draft. We took feedback on that. So the working group was established. We have dedicated web pages. The AMA and RACGP have acted as a conduit to their members and have given us feedback on various matters, and there will be webinars in the near future to help walk practitioners through the way the legislation will apply to individual medical centres.
It sounds like you've done quite a lot. Some of the criticisms that I saw from the RACGP in particular said that they didn't have enough time to implement the payroll tax changes, or not enough time to gain an understanding of how it works. Is that a fair criticism, or was it a bit rushed in terms of the implementation, and now you're catching up a bit through more communications? So maybe in the early stages there was a bit of limited information.
I'll answer and I'll let Mr. Smythe add to it if need be. So we've worked incredibly closely with the RACGP group. As Cullen said, we could work through the dates of meetings and discussion and feedback, and I think the character of what's been implemented reflects their feedback really closely as well. Appreciate they have concerns about timing, and some of it might have levelled at a Commissioner's practice note coming out only a fortnight ago, but really that's the culmination of 3 months or so of work together. So I think we can be really comfortable about the level of engagement and the rhythm of engagement over these past few months with GPs in this space, and are really pleased actually with the partnership we've had. So notwithstanding criticisms being made publicly around that, I think the effort's been very strong in working through issues and continuing to. So I think we're very comfortable with how we've worked with GPs.
Yeah, I have nothing to add.
Yeah,
to that.
I think the media release that I saw from the RACGP was from maybe the day before the guidance, the practice note was presented. So that may have been the criticism the day before, but maybe the practice note has alleviated some of the concerns potentially. I don't know if you've had
possibly. I think we received feedback on the development of the practice note, which is the application, the guidance material that we do. I think we would have 30 or so of these.
That's right. Yeah.
Released on different matters of interest at any time. It's not the law, it's how we think about it and how we might apply the law to different scenarios. So it's also something that if we need further feedback and adjustment, we can amend to make it current. So it could well have been that, and I respect their view that time and other issues might have made the situation better for them. But I think we've gone to every effort.
Maybe it was. I think maybe the criticism was that the practice note wasn't released with enough time before the changes were coming into force. I think it was only a week period between the practice note coming out and the new system being in place.
Which the response to that from my perspective would be the legislation was passed some months before. This was the guide around what's the next level of detail about how people might think about it based on the discussions with GPs around practical issues and scenarios.
Yes, so you couldn't put out the practice note before the legislation passed the Parliament, I assume.
No, and nor with engagement with GPs about what were the issues that needed to fill the...
You'll have no way of knowing, in fact, whether the GP practice has, other than doing an audit, whether they've actually complied with the new legislation or alternatively changed their model of doing business.
So in the first instance, it'll be very much about education and working with medical centres about the quality of the information that they're giving us, which happens often with changes to our legislation whilst we build other data sources to improve the...
Yeah, but there might be plenty that change their model. If in fact, this is I went to a clinic the other day, and they now have a model where they previously where they've got separate terminals for each doctor, depending on whether what doctor has seen you, and which is a change in the previous model where they had one terminal for accepting payments. If in fact that practice was now audited for payroll tax, prima facie you would probably say that their model is now much more in keeping with not being an independent contractor. With being an independent contractor as opposed to being a contractor to the company, and the doctors pay a fee for administrative services which are provided. So how will you know in terms of whether practices have changed their model or alternatively complied with the new legislation other than doing an audit?
That is the function of compliance. I mean, the nature of being a self-assessed tax is you start from a position of trust. And by and large, we find the vast majority of taxpayers across all industries generally want to do the right thing. Compliance is to ensure that there's a level of integrity, but it also points to areas that we need to assist people with education, explaining how things work, explaining how our systems work, and the type of evidence that we would expect to see kept.
I was going to move on to another issue. I wanted to move on to the JobSaver micro business grants. I think this is to you, Mr. Johnson. Yeah. So how many small businesses have had to repay the funds through JobSaver or through the micro business grant?
So I'll need to differentiate on those two grants for around functions, which so Service New South Wales, firstly for micro business, I think those questions would be better framed to Service New South Wales and the Minister for Customer Service. They have done the administration of those and those grants and the compliance. Revenue New South Wales' role is debt recovery. So they pass them to us. So for the specifically JobSaver, much in the heart of COVID, we worked on it together. So we had a deeper role around compliance. So your question again, after I've
thank you for that.
How many
small businesses or businesses generally, I suppose, have had to pay back the funds that they received through the JobSaver program? If you have to take it on notice, that's
I might
fine.
take it on notice just to give it clear. I have information's available.
Yeah, and maybe if you can take on notice as well the value, so the number of businesses and the sort of the dollar figure as well, that would have to be paid back through JobSaver. And has it all been paid back now, or is there still debt recovery?
There is still debt recovery. The majority of the work for JobSaver is completed. I'll provide the data to you to confirm that, but there is still some ongoing. Noting, and much of that would be businesses on payment plans. Progressively paying, returning money owed.
And I suppose how many, the other question, which again you probably need to take on notice, is very specific, is how many debt recovery notices have been issued and how many have been overturned as well? Because I assume there's a number, I'm not sure what proportion, but there'd be a number that would have challenged or had been overturned.
Yes, there are some would have been withdrawn. Some, from a hardship perspective, were considered. So I can probably categorise that and frame it in a way that probably meets your needs.
Can I just now take you to the shared equity scheme? What are the criteria which we're currently using to evaluate the shared equity home buyer helper scheme?
To evaluate there's
a pilot
the acceptance of someone applying, or
actually the effectiveness of it.
And sorry to clarify. So specifically of the individual homeowners.
Yep.
So we haven't commenced compliance to that.
Yep.
From outset, we were framing between from it's the obligation of the homeowner to advise us where their circumstances have changed.
Yep.
Noting it's still 18 months, 20
Can
months.
I just interrupt you there, Chair? If you're happy to...
Yeah, no, please.
Yep,
please.
Noting we're about 20 months after it commenced, where the compliance function of this will be working with the homeowners where they're to provide after several years if their circumstances changed. Currently, I would say it's too early to give detail to that because people are still establishing themselves in these.
And there is another assessment. The assessment of the actual rollout of the scheme, is someone actually doing the assessment of whether we have rolled this, how this scheme has been rolled out, and whether we could do it better?
Well, that's not in my space. I don't know if Treasury has a view. So the end of the pilot, we stopped taking further applications. But
well, how much have you actually rolled out as part of that scheme? And how many applications have been made?
12. Just one. 12. So 1,114 applications have been assessed. 201 have been granted pre-approval and are searching for their home. They have up to the end of September to find that. 74 in the final approval stage, having found a home and are awaiting settlement, and 839 have settled on their property and moved into their new home. That's for the 31st of July.
So, is there any consideration of continuing this scheme in some form? I suppose Treasury will have to give you the money, but...
Well, for those 1,100, it continues that their circumstances, but the scheme was closed at the end of June this year.
And how do you...
For new applications.
Yep.
Excuse me, Mr. Tudor, we're into a 15-minute break. Do you want to resume after the break? Or?
Well, I've checked with Hansard. Hansard are happy to continue. I've only got a short period of time. I don't know if...
we don't have much more.
Well, just that we're into the quarter of an hour afternoon tea break now.
Yeah,
that's all.
my point. The Secretary want to...
How long do you think?
Yeah. I'm reminded it's the resolution of the House that we have to stop. So, but obviously we'll come back and then you can finish off.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. So we'll break now for 15 minutes and then come back and
we can resolve otherwise, I suppose.
Go back to opposition questions.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we might recommence questioning now.
Thank you, Chair. Just in relation to a company known as Zenith was a CFMEU related body which has gone into liquidation owing $15.4 million in payroll tax. It's a labour hire firm. What steps are we taking, if any, to recover that $15.4 million?
Obviously, you have to have care around speaking to individual matters, but I'll take that on notice.
It's publicly reported.
Yeah,
So
yeah, no, I appreciate that. So I'll take it on notice.
You're not identifying the taxpayer. This is one that's...
Yeah. No, I appreciate that. But I'll take that on notice, if I could, Mr. Tudor.
Well then, additionally, there was another identified, and this may breach the obligations which I used to rail against on so many occasions, which now that I'm on this side I won't rail against nearly as much. The Synergy Scaffolding Services also is a company which has gone into liquidation and was fined $2 million for Christopher Casanati's death. How much payroll tax was owing by that company?
Again, I suspect I can't answer that, but I'll take it on notice.
Okay. The GP payroll tax, of course, is a payroll tax issue which has arisen and doesn't necessarily just apply to GPs, does it?
Could you explain?
Well, it's the definition of what is who is a contractor is now being interpreted much more widely, and there, for example, are dental practices. There are. You're ready for this question, I'm sure, Mr. Smith. There are cleaning companies, all of which are now being exposed to potential payroll tax liabilities. How many cases are currently underway in relation to such businesses?
So, Mr. Tudor, first I'd take issue with the premise of the question. I don't accept that any of the cases to which you're alluding have extended the reach of the contractor provisions. I think...
No, I'm sorry. I don't think... I think the decisions are probably right. I just think the focus is now being much more placed on those businesses. In circumstances where those businesses, in the same way as the GPs, were trading inadvertent to the fact that they potentially were liable to payroll tax. Do you accept that as a premise?
If I think is what you're saying, that the recent spate of cases has increased the level of public comment or knowledge of the contractor provisions.
Well, and possibly there are more audits being done, which is in fact, for the first time, giving rise to an understanding in some of these companies that they are liable to payroll tax.
I think the public comment has increased the knowledge, the general knowledge. I'm not sure I'd agree.
Well, how many cases are currently ongoing in relation to the collection of payroll tax for the first time from people from companies that where the Commissioner has made a decision that the model is one where the people working in that business are employees and not independent contractors?
Yeah, is that you're referring to court cases? Yeah, well, I think we'd have to take that on notice.
And for that matter, how many new assessments for payroll tax have arisen as a result of the application an audit which has given rise to an assessment of payroll tax for the first time in circumstances where their employees are in fact deemed to be employees and not independent contractors?
Again, we need to take it on notice that actually answering that question might be quite might be difficult. But we'll see what we can pull together.
But I would say, if I could, Mr. Tudor, we haven't had a greater focus in our auditing program based on any of these other matters related to the contractor provision. So we've continued on our...
What, have you increased the size of your audit team?
The audit team has remained relatively stable in size. We have had some further allocation of through the budget process to do further compliance. Of additional money for... But not just for... It's for us to work through to build our capability more broadly, and not just in payroll tax, on the other tax streams that we administer. But we haven't, again, had a targeted approach on payroll tax compliance. We're very effective at our auditing, largely through good quality information and data that we have that identifies where we've got more focus, as opposed to needing more people to...
Well, how much? Can you tell us how much in relation to legal fees you've spent in respect of payroll tax or recovery of payroll tax liabilities in the 23-24 period?
I'll take that on notice.
And can you tell us also how many, I think I've already asked you this, potentially, how many new businesses have found themselves liable?
Yeah, we'll see what we can do specifically related to contractor.
Specifically,
so that might be where it's complicated for us to work through.
Because do you accept from me that there are mortgage brokers, for example, may fit a model where they are trying to portray themselves as analogous to the doctors? Is that a fair analogy?
I've heard that commentary, yes.
And is it correct?
Is it? As you know, Mr. Tudor, payroll tax is not the first time we've looked at industry-specific approaches with GPs. I think the issue, and I think this was to Mr. Smythe's point, that the public commentary and awareness around the contractor provisions is elevated. So mortgage aggregators and mortgage brokers, absolutely.
Dental practices?
There's a whole range of sectors that have an interest in this, but we've applied the law consistently for 40 years, and so this is where the arrangements, whilst people might be presenting a view that the law is either treating them differently or not, it's not correct.
So if I may, I think there's been a bit of I think part of the perception around payroll tax has been a little bit complicated by these focus on the individual trees rather than the forest. Right? So if you go back, payroll tax was first introduced in 1941. Right? So Jack Lang really pushed for the introduction of this as a funding for child endowment. The Feds, unsuccessful for quite a while in New South Wales. At the Commonwealth level, they brought it in 41. All tied up with the funding for World War II. Income tax, as you know, the uniform
very aware
tax
of
code.
History of this.
I have no doubt. But I think it's worth just going through it very quickly, because while the body of revenue raising that sat at the Commonwealth level was quite broad, the funding for the states started to suffer. So it was in 71 the payroll tax came back to the states. Of course, the world had moved on, corporate structures had moved on, the ways of doing business had moved on. So over time, the core principle of payroll tax being a tax on wages to fund specific government expenditure, that didn't change. But in 85, specific provisions were brought in to deal with things like employment agents. Right? And then 86, the contractor provisions were put into place. From 86, while there have been tweaks to the legislation, the key elements have remained unchanged. So when commentary starts hitting the newspapers about someone suddenly being hit with a brand new tax or a brand new interpretation of tax,
that's wrong.
It's not. Yes, it's not correct. But I think you need to take that.
Well, the GP tax tweak that has now been made is exactly that. It's a tweak. It doesn't necessarily relieve GP practices from paying payroll tax, but there is a tweak to it which gives them an exemption if they fall within particular
correct
parameters.
For the contractor GPs, yes.
Can I ask you about phoenixing? And this is all a hoary old chestnut. Have you got any current provisions in place or measures in place relating to phoenixing helping to recover payroll tax?
Yes.
Are they publicly available?
So there's provisions in the payroll tax legislation.
Which allows you to pursue directors?
Yes.
For outstanding payroll tax?
Yes.
How many cases have these laws been applied in since the new legislation has been introduced?
We take that on notice.
And I suppose the amount recovered as a result of those provisions. This might be again for you, Ms. Campbell. There was an election commitment to reduce expenditure on consultants by $35 million per year. What was the figure for expenditure on consultants in 22-23 and that you're using potentially as a base to measure progress on fulfilling this commitment?
Mr. Tudor-Hope, it actually sits in
Your
my
side.
area,
Okay, thank you.
monitoring that commitment. So
Thanks.
I appreciate that it's confusing. I'd have to take that on notice, the figure in
That's okay.
22-23. What I can say is that the savings were removed from agency budgets. So in that sense, they've been achieved, and we are monitoring them closely and are confident that over the sector that that reduction has been achieved in 23-24.
Thank you. And you might be responsible for all these then in that case, because the Workforce Profile Report 2023, the number of full-time equivalent senior executives in the government sector as at 22 June 23 was 4,265. Can you, or are you able to confirm that this is the number you are using as a base measure for implementing the election commitment to cut the number of senior executives by 15%?
That election commitment is actually one for the Premier and the Premier's department, so they would be able to provide information on that.
But
similarly, in terms of the financial impact, certainly we've had a similar approach in taking expenditure out of the budget already to account for those reductions.
Mr. Johnson, you'll be aware, of course, of the direction in relation to working from home. How are you implementing that?
So we're part of Department of Customer Service, so we're working with the Secretary, Graham Head, and the other parts of DCS on how we practically do that. And a key part of that's through consultation with staff around how do we best manage it. I would suggest that question should be referred to him, and he appears, I think, on Monday at Estimates to speak for the department's approach, because...
But you're responsible for your employee workforce. How many of the people who work in revenue are currently working from home?
So the majority of people would work flexibly and would work from home for periods of time, but also in the office.
Well, how many actually currently comply with the guideline that they've got to be in the office no less than 3 days per week?
I'd have to refer that to the department to give the data on those questions.
But you've got a workforce which does, in fact, lend itself to being able to have a fairly flexible workplace arrangement in that they can, and you can monitor, in fact, their productivity, can you not?
For many, many of our staff do fairly processes that are repeated, we can see how productive and effective our workforce is in general. Yes. So we would. So the point, and without trying to seem like I'm avoiding the question, I think it is a departmental one to answer. The circular was released a couple of weeks ago. These things, including property, how our presence needs to be worked through how we best apply.
Well, I'll come to that. How would you, if everyone returned to work in accordance with the direction, do you have the space to be able to allow them to hot desk?
So I couldn't. So this is where working through and consulting with our staff about how we best do that. So I think the circular spoke to principally in the office, and it also put the focus and the responsibility to the secretaries and the departments to work through it. Now we're part of a department that has 12,000 people, I think, across DCS, which has locations all over the state. And we have to think about our property footprint differently to maximise the use of it and optimise the workspaces that we have. It's not without challenge from a cultural and from a logistical perspective, but the circular was clear around what our obligations are, so we're committed to working to it.
Is there a date that this will actually be the subject of some guidance from you or from customer service in relation to how this is being implemented and what the expectations are?
So I would again refer that to the Secretary of Department of Customer Service to state that. He and I have communicated to staff he across the department, myself across Revenue New South Wales, about what this means. Pragmatically, but also about a process of consultation with staff from different to ensure that we understand the impacts and how we best support people through it. So, as a date, no, I couldn't answer that.
I'll just go back to you. There is also a commitment to reduce expenditure on agency hire contractors by 25%. And so, what figure for expenditure on agency hire contractors in 22-23 are you using as the base to measure progress in fulfilling this commitment?
Yeah, I don't have the 22-23 figure here. What I can tell you that our monitoring is telling us is that labour hire has been reduced over the period 23-24, and we're confident over the 4-year period of the commitments that it will be achieved.
And legal contractors, there was a commitment to reduce expenditure on external legal contracts by $20 million a year. Is there a baseline figure that you're using to measure that?
I can tell you an aggregate figure in terms of travel, advertising, legal and consultants. We needed to save $517 million over 4 years, and that amount has been taken out of agency budgets. $117 million of that was in 23-24, but our tracking is showing not only have we taken that money out of budgets, but agencies are genuinely spending less in those categories.
And the other commitment, again, was in relation to travel. There was an election commitment to reduce expenditure on government sector travel by $40 million per year, and just again, what was the baseline figure you're using?
Similar answer, and that last answer I gave aggregated up travel, advertising, labour and consultants, but can take on notice the detail.
I have no further questions.
No more questions?
No more questions.
Okay, I think that's...
Thank you very much, everybody.
No questions?
Oh, just one question.
Yep.
One last question.
You've had enough time now to think about the impact, Mr. Smythe, of the impact of Vanderstock. I'm sure you will do. I'm sure you've probably done a treatise in relation to that decision. Have you formed a view about whether there are any other taxes imposed by the state of New South Wales which could find themselves in breach of the decision, or given the decision of Vanderstock, could fall foul of that decision?
Thank you, Mr. Chitterhope. I think that's probably a question that goes beyond the remit of the Commissioner of State Revenue, who merely administers the legislation according to the Tax Administration Act, under the direction of the Chief Commissioner.
But I'm sure you've turned your mind to it, haven't you?
I'll take that on notice.
Yes, and on that note, we will call them afternoon. I
just know that he could not resist.
Secretary will be in contact with you.
Chair.
Regarding returns.
Excuse me, Chair, if I may just quickly answer a question I took on
Yes,
notice
please.
earlier. Thank you. Mr. Rath, you asked about the expert panels and whether they're on a contract. I can confirm that they are not on a contract, but they are engaged for a term of 3 years under the boards and committees framework, and their current term expires in November 2025.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.